It's the unboxing. Oh, yeah. Greetings, followers. It is I, Cardinal Sin, and welcome to another episode of the unboxing. And what a show we have for you this evening. It's still this evening in many time zones, and I come to you from cardinalsin.com, which is in the works. But for now, we're going to open some mail. So let's get right to it. This one, I think, comes from Prince because it's purple. It doesn't look purple under the lights, but I guarantee it is purple. And we're going to go ahead and take a chance here. It's kind of, can't tell if it's right up against the product, whatever the product might be. But we're going to take a look anyway and have a very close inspection. All right. So here we have Sean Bean and the Sharps Sword Collection set. Now, you may be saying, hey, Cardinal Sin, what's the deal, man? You've already unboxed like 15 of these Sharps Sean Bean things. Well, I saw this and I thought I'd take a look. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I imagine that there are episodes on every one. So this is probably, let's see, we've got Sharps Gold, Sharps Battle, Sharps Sword, Sharps Regiment, and Sharps Siege. Acclaimed actor Sean Bean stars in this action-packed series set in the midst of the desperate missions and battles of the Napoleonic Wars. Adapted from Bernard Cornwell's best-selling novels, Bean portrays maverick British officer Richard Sharp, who rises through the ranks of Wellington's army by his own daring deeds and ambition. Fast-moving, hard-hitting adventure, Sharp brings to the screen all the danger, romance, and sheer spectacle of one of the bloodiest periods in English warfare. So there you go. It's the Sharps Sword Collection set. So that's the first one. Let's see if we can bring this thing up to speed. I'm not sure if we can. Oh, we'll try. One of my lights is failing, you see. And Philip Blair is in the house. What's up, brother? Good evening to you as well. Good to see you here. And we're going to go ahead and go to numero duo. By the way, this one-of-a-kind unboxing with Cardinal Sin, or sorry, Midnight to Midnight with Cardinal Sin. And there's an unboxing pint glass there too. You can only get if you go to the merch site, which is right here, bit.ly/3xxt9xx. So please check that out because you never know. It might be too late even by now. I'm fighting as hard as I can to get my old URL back, but right now that's the way you have to go. And who else is here? Herc130, who says the unboxing 130. That is my lucky number. Hail to the mighty Cardinal Sin. Well, hail to the mighty Herc130. Let's get on with the unboxing. It says pull here, so I'm going to pull here. Oh, yeah. There's nothing like a good unboxing to make you feel all better about yourself. Okay, now I just want to state for the record, I am not a huge Ryan Johnson fan. However, I am a big fan of his movie Looper with Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Bruce Willis. Yes, as a matter of fact, Herc 130, it was in a bag ox. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to go ahead and open up this particular piece of plastic wrapping. Everything's got to be wrapped in plastic. I don't know what the deal is. I'm really kind of a conservationist when it comes down to it, but it doesn't make it easy. So here we have the Ultra HD 4K disc and a Blu-ray disc of Looper. And I think Looper is a very good science fiction film. Bloody microphone. Emily Blunt is also in this film. It's a very good film, Looper. If you haven't seen it, if you have some kind of, anti Ryan Johnson thing, I understand, but you should check it out by hook or by crook, because it's a really thoughtful and interesting film, and I like it, and I recommend it. So there you go. I don't recommend or like The Last Jedi. I think that ruined Star Wars. Actually, I think that The Force Awakens ruined Star Wars, but that's neither here nor there. Here we have another bag ox. And there's another pull tab here. So we'll go ahead and see what we can get out of it. Where else do you get bass like that, ladies and gentlemen? Ooh. Now, I have mentioned several times that many of these are purchases that I'm getting for friends and relatives for the holidays. And here I have not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 copies of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy remastered and restored. And it's got extra bonus features on it, some from the 1993 release, and then some for this release specifically. So, yeah, that's good stuff. That's very good stuff. Now, not to be outdone, I have something in a box. This is not a bag ox. This is a real box. It does say fragile, handle with care. But then again, so does just about everything I send out these days. I sent out a holiday package to Walter Bosley and a holiday package to my Lord and Savior, Overlord DVD, better known as Doomcock. And hopefully they've arrived, and hopefully they will check their mail before the holidays. Otherwise, it won't be that big a deal. But we do seem to have something in a great deal of bubble wrap. So we'll try to subtract that from the equation, if you will. And of course, it requires yet more Strite Riser. And that's not enough, of course. We have to use the Strite Riser over here. And there's one more. Strite Riser. It's a utility knife, actually, but I've never met anyone that really cared. All right, so let's see what we have here. Ah, yes. This is something I've been waiting quite a while for. These are 4-disc jewel cases. So if you have something that takes 4 discs, you put one in the front right here, and one in the second one right here, one in the third one, and there's your fourth one right there, which I need to do because I have a couple of copies of Max Headroom, the complete TV series that I need to put into these jewel boxes. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. James Caserta is here. And he says, at Herc 130, how are you? And I think Herc 130 is fantastic. My guess is that he's doing just fine. So we've got the Sharps Sword Collection set. We've got several copies of the complete and restored edition of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And last, but I swear, not least, Looper with Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Bruce Willis. And a lot of people talk about the idea that time travel is lazy writing, but in general, I have to agree. But this one is not lazy writing. This one is actually a very good film. I might watch it tonight. I wanted to have this in my collection for a very, very long time. You see. And that's about it. I don't see anything else around here that I should be opening. Scogliotune is here. Cheers, friends, he says. Herc 130 says it's wet in West Texas, which is a good thing. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Now, I would like to ask those of you in the audience, I'd like to ask those of you in the audience, what would you like for Christmas? Now, please don't be foul. Don't use foul language. But if you could have your choice of anything, one thing, what would you like to have for Christmas? I'll wait. Anything at all. World peace, $1 million. Now you realize, of course, that anything that you say can and will be used against you when you find a genie's bottle or a monkey's paw. You know, there's always a cost for these things. But if it's Santa magic, what would you like to have for Christmas this year? And Scogliotune comes up, number one, first time. He says, a new car. Okay, well, that's pretty good. Herc 130 says, I would like a 1963 Sonic Blue Fender Stratocaster. Well, unfortunately, there are only 3 of those known to exist, and I have one, and the other 2 are in the Smithsonian. So try again. Philip Blair, what would you like to see in your Christmas stocking this year? James Caserta, what is your Christmas wish for this year? And ladies and gentlemen, Rod Thunderheart is in the house. Hail! And Masters Maniac Mexico says, nice unboxing. I would like to have my health back in one night without pain. Well, I hear you there. Believe it or not, I'm in the same boat. I take sleeping pills and I still don't get a very good night's sleep. And I take pain pills, and I'm still in pain. So, what are you going to do? I'm not trying to say my pain is worse than yours, or yours is better than mine. I'm just saying I feel your pain, because I also I am in constant pain. And that's why I'm a YouTuber for many a year. Herc130 says, laugh out loud. Rod Thunderheart says, hail, Cardinal Sin. And Rod Thunderheart for Christmas apparently has been very thoughtful and would like some weed. Well, since your country has legalized weed, it's a lot easier for you to get than it would be for me to get it and send it to you. So just bill me. It'll be okay. Yeah, one night without pain. That'd be good. One night in Bangkok and the world's your oyster. Stream Elements brings up that my tip jar can be found at paypal.me/Gil And I should mention that is a completely 100% secure site. I don't even see any of your credit card information. PayPal takes care of all of that. So if you should decide to give me a buck or two, buy me a coffee or a pizza or whatever, you can do so right there. And yeah. Rod Thunderheart says, that was a suggestion for your pain problems. Oh. Well, I would also like to have my health back and every night without pain. But Rod Thunderheart says, my Christmas wish would be my Brazilian girlfriend from 13 years ago. I know, right? I agree with you wholeheartedly. I would also like to have your Brazilian girlfriend from 13 years ago for Christmas. I'm just kidding. Off the record, Canadian, rather Mexican Iron Man said to me once, we'll go down to Mexico and we'll pick up a couple of hot Hispanic women and bring them back with us, marry them, and we'll be sitting pretty. We'll be in the pink, as they say. So it seems to raise a lot of laughs, but I'm not done yet. Mexican Iron Man assured me that at some point we would find our way down to, I don't know, Puerto Vallarta or somewhere near Baja, and find ourselves some pre-Columbian Mexican babes with their South American bulges, and we bring them into the United States. And I know that Mexican Iron Man has done this once before, or at least he married what he thought was a hot Hispanic woman who turned out to be an absolute fishwife. And they're now divorced, and he's alone. So I feel his pain as well. I'm alone myself, and I don't have to go all the way down to Baja, I think, to find love or a relationship or companionship or whatever. But I do have to find a woman who will sit through my constant unboxings. And I don't know. That'd be a very special woman. I'm not sure how that would work. Rod Thunderheart gives me the suggestion that I should try to find my way up to Canada. And the only reason I can think to do that is It's entirely possible that there could be Canadian women that are sick and tired of cold and ice and snow and would rather live in a more temperate zone, like the prairies of Kansas in the United States. We still get a lot of snow, a lot of ice, very cold weather. Right now it's below freezing, but if he's got someone in mind, someone I don't know about, then please make the approach. I'm always willing to audition for my next girlfriend / wife. So, Herc 130 says, I caught the Saturday Night Live Two Wild and Crazy Guys reference. Bulges. Yes. That is the Dan Aykroyd and Steve Martin American Bulges reference. Very good. Very good. And Masters Maniac Mexico says, that's what I did. I married myself a Mexican lady and lived 13 years nearby Acapulco. And believe it or not, she supports my collection. Oh, cool. Does she have a younger sister? No, I kid. I won't limit myself to just a woman of Latin descent. I'm open to women from all countries, including the United States. As a matter of fact, all the relationships that I've had have been with women in the United States. So while I would probably welcome, the Vive la différence of some kind of a foreign overseas woman, I'm not slamming the door shut on American women by any means. I just I'm just recounting what Mexican Iron Man said. So Masters Maniac Mexico says she has 3 sisters. I'll give you 2 of them. LOL. Well, I'm a one-woman man, Masters Maniac Mexico. So just point me toward the next most hottest of them, who also happens to be very smart and very funny and gets my sort of sardonic, sarcastic, snarky sense of humor. Now that'll be just fine. I won't require anything over and above that. Really, I don't. I'm not a hard man to please. I'm quite vanilla, really, when it comes to women. I'm just, I like to be cuddled. I like to spoon. And I like, regular old missionary position sex as much as the next guy. I don't require any pole dancing or any of that Kama Sutra kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm glad that you will able to make it here for
It's the unboxing.
Yeah. And unless any of you have any further comments, I'm ready to sign out because I really didn't have a whole lot to talk about. Just Looper, which I think is a great film. It's a great science fiction film. I'm glad to have it on 4K. I'm very happy to have 5 copies of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the TV show, which is remastered and restored. Got lots of bonus features there on the back. This is the television show, and this was made before there were CGI really available to anyone. And they used forced perspective, and they used some very clever camera tricks. It was all in camera, and it looked fantastic. I remember when I saw it for the first time, I I was watching it on PBS, and I was like, wow, wowie, wow. This series blows my mind. I was already a huge Doctor Who fan, so when I found out that Peter Davison, the fifth Doctor, was playing the dish of the day, the cow that wants to be eaten, and recommends a piece off of my shoulder or maybe part of my loin. I've been force feeding myself for weeks. I thought that was very funny, and I didn't know until recently that he was married to Sandra Dickinson, who plays Trillian in the TV series. Now, many of you may not have seen the TV series or heard the radio show. Maybe all you've seen is the movie, the 2005 movie with Stephen Fry as the Book and Sam Rockwell as Zaphod Beeblebrox. And of course, as sort of the bad guy, we've got John Malkovich. I have nothing against the film. It's a good film. It's a good movie. I really liked the empathy gun. So that you shoot this empathy gun at your enemy, and suddenly they feel the way you feel. And I thought that was a very Douglas Adams thing to do. For all I know, that's what they did. Is they went through his notes and said, they found, what he intended to do later. But either way, I'm a big fan of Douglas Adams. I love what he did with Doctor Who, The Pirate Planet. He did several other episodes when he was the script director. And you're not allowed to write for the show when you're the script director. So he had a pseudonym. I believe it was John Chance. Or Doug Chance, something Chance. I don't remember, but it was a lot of fun. And let's see what we have here. Masters Maniac Mexico says, that would be Inez. She's into punk rock and always says she should have married me as my wife doesn't understand my sarcasm. Dude, she's perfect for me. I'm punk rock. I'm snarky. I'm sarcastic. Hook me up, brother. Hook me up. And Masters Maniac Mexico says, have a good night, Mr. Cardinal. You have a good night, Masters Maniac Mexico. Roth Thunderheart says, have a great night, Cardinal Sin. Back at you, brother. Masters Maniac Mexico also says, BBC series, of course, sir, the best of the best. The movie, not that much. I think the movie and the TV series, and of course the radio show came first, but I think that they all have something to offer. I think that, after watching the TV series 47 times or whatever it was, watching the movie, it was a bit of a letdown, but after several viewings, I think I've seen that movie between half a dozen and a dozen times. It did grow on me. I'm not sure that Most Def was the most brilliant casting for Prefect, but he does a pretty good job. He does for an American. It should be a completely British cast, just like any Doctor Who offering. Even though I'm writing a Doctor Who audio play, you guys probably didn't know that. But yes, I am writing a Doctor Who audio play, and it's going to be voiced mostly by Americans with very good British accents, least of all myself. Because, it's completely impossible for me to do a British accent that's actually digestible by anyone from the UK. This is actually my best James Mason, you see. And my real trajectory should be 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea or The Journey to the Center of the Earth. But instead, I decided to go with Lolita and to tell her, come here, it's time for your pedicure. Come on, Lolita, we must go. But he's a very creepy guy. And as much as I love James Mason, he's just a jumped up country boy who never knew his place, really. Let's see. Rod Thunderheart says, I'd appreciate the movie, but even in the theater, I disliked it, and I wasn't surprised Rian Johnson made it. Oh, you mean Looper? Well, I think that you should watch it again. Looper's a very good film. It's for a time travel movie. It's really quite sublime. It's they put the sort of the chin appliance on Gordon Joseph Levitt, so he would look like a young Bruce Willis, and the whole thing just I really enjoyed, especially Jeff Daniels, who plays sort of the mafia boss in the future. It shares a lot of ideas with Interstellar, which is also a good movie, but it's got a lot of plot holes in it. Any time travel story does. One of the things I found very interesting was today I was watching, what was it? Terminator, the Terminator, and the Michael Biehn character, Kyle Reese, mentions that the Terminator is from the future, and Linda Hamilton says, I suppose that you're from the future too. And he says, yes, one possible future. And back in 1984, for James Cameron to write a screenplay that had one possible future in it, I mean, bloody microphone. I mean, quantum mechanics wasn't really even in the public consciousness yet. Yes, it had been around for a while, but people had no idea that was what was going to happen. And James Cameron did, which is the mark of a very good science fiction writer. So kudos to Mr. Cameron. Now, the other side of that coin is James Cameron and a friend were sitting at a booth at a restaurant, and his guest asked him, how did you come up with the idea for the Terminator? And at the next booth over, there was a big Harlan Ellison fan, of which I am one. And James Cameron said, oh, that's easy. I just ripped off a couple of episodes of Harlan Ellison's stories of the original Outer Limits. Soldier being one, and Demon with a Glass Hand being the second one with Robert Culp. And you put those two together and you've got the Terminator. And Harlan Ellison, when he heard this from the Harlan Ellison fan, took James Cameron to court. He didn't ask for any money, not even $1. He just wanted him to acknowledge his work. So at the end of every Terminator movie in which James Cameron was involved, which is basically the Terminator and the Terminator 2 for home video, he was compelled by the court to put acknowledgments to the work of Harlan Ellison. And when they put it on VHS and DVD, that was fine. When it came to Blu-ray and they upgraded the picture, they did a restoration. They didn't put it in, and Harlan Ellison sued him again for zero money. All he wanted was his credit, and so they had to put the credit back in, acknowledgments to the work of Harlan Ellison. So there you go. I mean, whether you believe it or not, that's what happened. All right. Let's take a couple more questions from the audience before we wrap up. We have Rod Thunderheart who says, I hate watching a bad movie several times to dissect meaning from it. Looper is a great film. If you don't understand that it's a great film from the get-go, you're missing out. You really are. You won't have any problem finding it. It's on Christmas sale at Amazon or wherever else you find that stuff. Rod Thunderheart goes on to say Harlan Ellison would like to intervene. Well, if you can channel Harlan Ellison or table tap and use a Ouija board to have him intervene, do you think that it would make a difference? Rod Thunderheart says yes. Now, I think that Demon with a Glass Hand is probably my favorite Outer Limits episode, hands down, bar none. And it's because it's been a long day. Sorry. Long day. I think it's because it has so much heart to it. Interestingly enough, out of all the Terminator movies, we get to see more of the future in the original Terminator than we do any of the other Terminator movies. And as far as I'm concerned, everything after Terminator 2 or maybe 3 is not canon. I did enjoy Terminator Salvation quite a bit, and it's still very close to my heart. I think that's exactly how Terminators would act. Great movie directed by McG, whatever the hell that stands for. He did a great job. I think it's a really good movie. At the beginning, you've got what's his name? The guy from Avatar. Come on, chat, help me out. That Australian dude, Worthington, Sam Worthington. Yeah, Sam Worthington donates his body to science because he's on death row. And spoilers for Terminator Salvation. You've only had 12 years to see it, but he says, I'll donate my body to your science project for a kiss. And so they kiss, and then he shows up later in the film. And a lot of people give him a hard time because in Avatar and in Terminator Salvation, they say he's too wooden, he's not a very good actor, etc. I think that he does a great job. I mean, no one understands how a robot or an AI is going to act in a human body, or a cyborg, an android, what have you. Nobody understands how a Terminator is going to react. Let's face it, none of us have been there, but we may be soon. So these movies are important in that we approach AI from a very, very careful standpoint, and we make sure never to let that demon out of the box. Mr. MH is in the house. He says, Hail, Cardinal Sin. Hope you're well, brother. I am well, brother. Thank you, Mr. MH, for being here. I appreciate that. Pleasant Valley Picker, Canada, says Terminator 2 was the peak. I can't disagree with that. He goes on to say, I won't stay as I need to put up the fucking tree. Okay, well, that's fine. Rod Thunderheart says, one last question, Cardinal. Did you like the Outer Limits second series, 1995 to 2000? I got 1 to 7 seasons on DVD. Now, of course, I do like the new Outer Limits. There were some very great writers, some really great stories. They adapted some old science fiction stories, such as The Cold Equations, which I thought was very well done. Yes, I do. I do enjoy the new Outer Limits, but I vastly prefer the Galaxy being Demon with a Glass Hand, Soldier. You know, those great first season episodes of the original Outer Limits. I think are just right up there. They're great. Um, and Pleasant Valley Picker Canada says, well, wooden acting can work at times. Well, sure. If you're playing, you know, a robot, or as they say in Star Trek and in Lost in Space, a robot, which is Czech for slave. Yeah, of course, you know, you're going to run into some hinky, jinky, issues with just like in Blade Runner. You know, are we making them do the slave labor because we can't do it? It's too hard for us, but they're expendable. Is a human life worth more than an android life or a replicant life? These are questions that you really have to go to other channels to find out, because I don't fucking care. Mr. MH goes on to say, I appreciate you, brother. You're awesome, Cardinal Sin. No, Mr. MH, you are awesome. So think about that for a little bit. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada says, I'm halfway through a bottle of rum / eggnog. I am committed to getting my tree up. Fuck the neighbors if they don't like Christmas tunes. Okay, well, that's fair enough. I'll drink to that. From my midnight to midnight glass, which you can only get, by the way, if you go to this link where you can get all your Cardinal Sin and the unboxing merch, because this is, after all, the unboxing number 130. And do please subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Hit that notification bell, all that good happy horseshit. But yeah, it is important. The Comic Relief Crusader is here. He says, I'm here, Gil. My internet is laggy. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, between now and Christmas, Santa will shove a very fast internet modem down your chimney into your stocking. I hope that happens. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada says, interesting, Gil, you referenced my favorite Outer Limits episode. Demon and Soldier are great episodes. Well, the reason that I bring those up is I picked up the Terminator and Terminator 2. And as I mentioned before, there was a Harlan Ellison fan sitting behind James Cameron and a friend, when that friend asked James Cameron, how did you come up with the idea for the Terminator? And he said, oh, that's easy. I just ripped off a couple episodes from Harlan Ellison's Outer Limits back in the 60s. And it was Soldier and Demon with a Glass Hand. And those are two of the greatest episodes of the Outer Limits there are. Originally, Harlan Ellison wanted Demon with a Glass Hand to take place laterally over a long space, but they said, we can't afford to do that. You're going to have to pick a building and we'll do it, vertically. And that worked out even better. And, what's funny is the building that he chose was the Bradbury building, which is where they shot, among other things, Blade Runner. So if you've never seen Demon with a Glass Hand with Robert Culp, I believe it's available on Amazon. You should probably buy the Shout Factory box set. But in that, there's a wonderful voiceover at the beginning that talks about ancient stories like Gilgamesh and the immortal man. And there's kind of a voiceover by the narrator at the beginning that talks about how Trent, this guy who's lost his memory, has to find all the fingers of the hand. And he finds one when he sends these aliens from the future back up the line. It's like a rubber band that's stretched to its limit, and they have to go bye. And so he takes their dog tags and he rips them away, and they kind of go, whoo, and then they fade out and they go back up the line. And that's kind of where the Terminator comes from. And that's why it says acknowledgments to the work of Harlan Ellison at the end of the Terminator. Now, unfortunately, I may have already said this, I don't remember. If you don't like people who misunderstand and repeat themselves, you should unsubscribe now. But an interesting thing about it is that when Terminator 2 came out, Harlan Ellison had to sue James Cameron again because it was the same idea. It's just on a grander scale, and he had to sue him again, not for any money. He didn't ask for a single dollar. He just wanted recognition for the work that basically James Cameron had ripped off. And eventually they did that, and all the eventual discs and so forth, home video projects of Terminator 2 also said acknowledgments to the work of Harlan Ellison. And if you don't believe me and you have a copy of the Terminator or Terminator 2, go to the end of the movie. There'll be a couple of titles, starring blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then it will say acknowledgement to the work of Harlan Ellison. So don't take my word for it. Go fucking look it up for yourself. I'm not your nanny. I'm not here to tell you what to do or how to do it. I'm just telling you how it is. Okay? I'm an umpire. I call balls and strikes. I'm like a science fiction ball player, like an umpire. I just call balls and strikes, man. You have to live with the rest of it yourself. Let's see what we have here. Pleasant Valley Picker from Canada says, Harlan wrote great stuff. I don't blame him for suing Cameron. Well, the interesting thing, Pleasant Valley Picker CA, is that he did not sue for a single dollar. He just wanted his name being recognized because James Cameron ripped off a couple of episodes of his from The Outer Limits to make The Terminator. And it's obvious when you've watched those two episodes, Soldier and Demon with a Glass Hand, which are outstanding fucking episodes of The Outer Limits. And then you watch The Terminator and Terminator 2, and you realize, oh my God, they've stolen this from, Harlan Ellison's work from 15 years earlier or 20 years earlier. It's just it's obscene, really, if you think about it. I mean, like, wow, it's plagiarism in some sense. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada also says the Bradbury building has some great atmosphere. Yes, they used it in among other things, Blade Runner. I think they also used it in some comedies and stuff like that. But yeah, it does have great Art Deco stuff in it. So that's true. The Comic Relief Crusader says, I have no mouth and I must scream. Yes, that's true. Great short story collection. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada says, Harlan seemed often to sue folks. In the case of Terminator 2, Harlan should have got credit. He did, actually. If you watch Terminator 2 at the end of the movie, it says acknowledgments to the work of Harlan Ellison, even though now he's dead. That was the judgment of that court case. He didn't ask for any money, although he probably should have, and he probably would have made enough money to keep him alive until today, instead of dying in 2017 or whenever he died. It's a great loss to all of us that Harlan Ellison is no longer with us. But my understanding is that you can find a great deal of Harlan Ellison's work right here on YouTube. Just type in Harlan Ellison. Maybe type in Harlan Ellison is watching you. That was a segment from Sci-Fi Buzz on the Sci-Fi Channel back in the early 90s. And I think there are lots of episodes of the original Outer Limits in which Harlan Ellison's scripts appear. So check that out. Of course, Harlan Ellison is most famously known for writing the screenplay for The City on the Edge of Forever for Star Trek, the original series, which, you know, he wasn't really happy with the way that they adapted it for Star Trek, because it started out with like a drug dealer, in Starfleet. And, Gene Roddenberry kind of wanted to whitewash that and scrub that out because, in the future, we've conquered the need for, medical intervention, disease, poverty has all been relinquished. However, even in Star Trek: The Next Generation, they did have a video game that was sort of a virtual reality thing that became addictive, and eventually everybody on the ship, succumbed to it except for Data, and Data had to figure out the antidote, and he did so, and he brought everyone back. So that's really cool. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada says the hand is cool. It is, because Robert Culp sticks up, this basic hand like this, and he gets one finger, and that's how it goes. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada also says, yes, Gil, when you take a person's idea, you should credit them. Why are you telling me this? I haven't taken anybody else's idea. I've got plenty of ideas on my own. Cameron seems to have stolen quite a few things. Avatar, Dances with Wolves, for example. Actually, Mr. MH, I would agree with you, but I would sooner go to Pocahontas. Pocahontas and Avatar, the first movie. I haven't seen the second movie, and I probably never will. But beat for beat, actually, Avatar is Pocahontas. If you've ever seen the movie Pocahontas, and if you haven't, you should watch it. If you're an alleged fan of bloody microphone of Harlan Ellison's work or James Cameron's work, it's funny how much Avatar is exactly like Pocahontas. So Avatar 2 is probably just Pocahontas revisited or whatever. I'm not really sure. The Comic Relief Crusader agrees with me. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada says Harlan was great, a cantankerous guy, but great. Yes, absolutely. City on the Edge Forever. Agreed. Harlan Ellison's story was interesting, but no way the network would have approved it. Gene's rewrite was necessary and it worked. Hey, I agree with you 100%. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that what they did with the rewrites, Dorothy Fontana, Gene Roddenberry, etc., they made it better able to fit into the Star Trek mythos, if you will. And that's what makes it one of the greatest Star Trek episodes ever. You know, the Edith Keeler must die, you know, thing. When finally they find McCoy. Spoilers for an episode that came out in 1967. So you've only had 50 plus years to see it. I'm sorry. We're going to go into spoiler territory here. If you haven't seen it before, then you know you should stop watching this review and watch it. It's arguably the best episode of Star Trek of all time. But yes, you're right. Pleasant Valley Picker CA, you're correct. It wasn't suitable for Star Trek, but they knew they had something. So they changed it from a guy that was selling drugs in the Federation because, you know, nobody in the Federation needed drugs. They'd eliminated poverty and health problems, et cetera, et cetera. They've eliminated all hardships on humanity. So no one has to go into, you know, finding an escape in drugs. Shit. Excuse me. I think drugs are going to be around for as long as we're around, whether or not we get to explore deep space or not. But I can't think of anything I'd rather do on a long, long journey through the stars than, you know, take a heroic dose of mushrooms just to pass the time. So that's just my personal feeling. Comic Relief Crusader says, weren't a few episodes of TNG written by Harlan? No. Harlan Ellison would not come near Star Trek after what they did to him. They actually, he actually wrote a book about his Hugo Award-winning, maybe even Nebula Award-winning screenplay for City on the Edge of Forever, which he submitted to the Science Fiction Writers of America, and it won that year's adaptation or you know, original. I think it was the original screenplay for a teleplay. And you know, he got to have his say. He got to make his points. He was very articulate and very succinct. And I think that, you know, everything that he had to say about the City on the Edge of Forever goes a long way. Now, I also see the other side of the story when people say, "Hey, you know, he needed to allow some massaging of the story from the people at Star Trek to fit it into canon." Yeah, sure, I agree with that too. But there's no doubt that the people that were involved did change his original screenplay. That's very true. Now, just for the fun of it, I'm going to invite people in the chat to come on and be in the chat on the panel, if you will. It's right there. You can go ahead and come on if you'd like to take exception to what I'm saying or agree with what I'm saying. Mr. MH says, good point. That's why he's such a great supporter of mine. Stephen M. Call L. 64 says, Cardinal Sin, you're right. Eventually, they developed holodecks. I have a story for you, Stephen. I'm a friend of Tracy Torme's, and Tracy Torme invented the holodeck and invented some of the characters from the holodeck, including the Sherlock Holmes character that was able to come out of the holodeck. And then, as happens a great deal with Tracy Torme, or happened at least at that time, a producer got in his face and, gave him grief. And he was like, fuck you, I don't need this. And he walked off and he didn't come back. So after the second season, there was no more Tracy Torme, but he did invent the holodeck. He did invent, Dixon Hill. I'm sorry, not Sherlock Holmes or Watson or whatever. But yeah, it was Dixon Hill. When Captain Picard wanted to go undercover and go into the holodeck and have a mystery, and of course that involved having people around that were not quite part of the original story. The ship malfunctions or something happens, and the crystalline entity comes by and zaps the ship, and something happens. I don't know. I didn't write for this show. Don't ask me. But yes, it's certain things that happened that were unique. Let's say. Pleasant Valley Picker from Canada says, well, going off to attack my tree. Well, enjoy. I hope you have a wonderful tree. Stephen M., otherwise known as Call L. 64 says, Cardinal Sin, you're right. They eventually developed holodecks. Mr. MH says, certain drugs can take you to space. LOL. You don't even have to say LOL, Mr. MH. You're absolutely right. Certain drugs will take you to space. It might not really be space, but, you might not know the difference. So there you go. The Comic Relay Crusader is in the house. And he says, I would, but internet is laggy, bud. I don't care if it's laggy. There's your link. So bring it. And he also says, and I got the flu. Oh. I'm so sorry for the Comic Relief Crusader. He got the flu. And Stephen M. says, Cardinals and Tracy Torme of Sliders fame. Well, who the fuck else is named Tracy Torme? Of course it's Tracy Torme of Sliders fame. Did you not see my show 2 weeks ago when I had Tracy Torme on talking about bringing back Sliders? How many times have I had episodes talking about bringing back Sliders with Tracy Torme? You guys you're crazy. You're out of this world, man. You're like, wow. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal, to filch. I don't know. The crazy down there. But yes, that's absolutely, yes. It was Tracy Torme of Sliders fame. Yes, absolutely. Again, if you'd like to join me in the chat on the panel, all you must do is put the following link into your browser. And we'll make sure that you come on the panel. You may agree, you may disagree, but either way, I am here for you. You guys are the only reason that I'm here. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate all the subscribers that I have, and I do have a little something to tell you. I made a really newbie mistake when I was doing my horror movies during October. I played Cosme live, and my speakers were going, and I forgot to shut off my StreamYard window, so the audio sort of leaked into StreamYard, and boom, they just pulled it. I was like, what? And I got a copyright strike, and I didn't deny it. It was my bad. And I got an email from YouTube that said, well, first of all, you can't can't become approved for monetization until you appeal, and you can't appeal until December 31st. So I've been waiting a long time. My appeal video is all ready to go. I've had several people look at it. They're all like, "Yeah, it looks good to me." I went through all of my previous records, and I did find that I had a couple of Into the Fringe shows, mostly with Peter Robbins, personal friend of mine, where I did repeats because I couldn't get a guest that night, and I thought it was better than just saying, "Sorry, can't get a guest." But the YouTube algorithm counted that against me, so there you go. Comic Relief Crusader says, by the way, thanks for the shout out for the logo I made you, dude. Appreciate it. Well, of course, it's a great logo. I mean, it's got sort of the gears in there, sort of the steam engine. It's very cyberpunk. And pipes and all kinds of interesting things. So you're very welcome, and thank you for doing it. I appreciate that. Herc 130 says, "Hello, I must be going. I cannot say. I came to say I must be going. I'm glad I say, but just the same, I must be going. Captain Spaulding." And Comic Relief Crusader is in the house. And he says, "I never finished Sliders." You know what? Probably just as well. It didn't end well. It did not end well. Stephen M., otherwise known as Call L64, says, "Cardinal Sin, I just found your Tracy Torme video, gave it a like, and marked it for watch later. Thanks for mentioning it." Well, I hope that you have the notification bell, knocked, so that when I have Tracy Torme on the next time, you'll be able to show up in person and ask him questions, because that's the best part of having Tracy Torme on, is being able to ask him questions. And we did have a second hour full of questions, and he answered them as best he could. I think he did a really good job. Comic Relief Crusader says, "Oh crap, really?" Yes, really. Really. I'll tell you something, Comic Relief Crusader. Yes, I really had Tracy Torme on my channel very recently. But then I had to tell him, I had to let him go because I had to have Lolita get her nails done and show up for her pedicure. And Stephen M., otherwise known as Kala 4064, says, "I do now, yes, thanks again, happy face." Well, that's the reason that this channel is here, to bring a happy face to everyone that's watching. Everyone that enjoys this sort of content, please like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, share it with somebody that you think might enjoy this kind of content. And that includes friends, neighbors, people that you hate. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just guessing here, but I think probably, there's some people that you hate that might actually enjoy this kind of activity. So, don't leave them out just because you hate them or they hate you or whatever the case may be. Mr. M8 says, "Cardinal Sin, feel bad for asking, but just wanted to confirm if Dr. John Brandenburg sent out the book that I want. I know there will be delays at this time of year, but just wondering if he sent it." No, probably not. I need you to send me your shipping address, and I'll forward that on to Dr. Brandenburg, and then you'll get your book. Comic Relief Crusader says, "I meant for Sliders. LOL." Well, that's what I thought. Rod Thunderheart said, "What? Seriously? Still streaming? Yes, Mr. Thunderheart. And if there's any reason that you would like to stream with me, you may do so now. I have put the link into the chat. It's right there. So if you want to turn this into a midnight to midnight, we have 3 minutes to do so. Let's see what else. Comic Relief Crusader says, "Hey Rod, do you okay, bud?" Mr. MH says, "Into the Fringe is one of the best shows of its format on the platform. Cardinal Sin is a brilliant host." Well, Mr. MH, I can't disagree with you. I am punching above my weight. Pleasant Valley Picker Canada says, "Got the tree out of the box. It put up a hell of a fight, but I was victorious. Now to get to the balls, babble, and trek ornaments." Very nice. Rod Thunderheart says, "Just went to the garage and had a toke and finished a hockey game." Well, good. Should be just about ready to join me here on the channel. And he also says thank you to Comic Relief Crusader. So I'm going to take a short break and just take a drink of whatever it is I'm drinking here. And some water. And the Comic Relief Crusader says, "Hey, Gil, you should research and get L.A. Marzullion into the Fringe. He has a plethora of insight and knowledge with vids, too. Look him up." Well, do me a favor. Send me a link or send him a link, and we'll put it together. It's not a problem. Comic Relief Crusader says, "For supernatural and UFO stuff." That's what Into the Fringe is all about. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to Rod Thunderheart.
How's it going, Cardinal?
Greetings. How are you, my friend?
You know, I'm feeling a whole lot better. I won't say I'm 100% over the flu this past week, but I mean, like, I definitely feel a lot better. God.
Do you feel good?
Yeah, God, holy cow, it really tore me apart, though. I mean, like, as I said, I mean, obviously it didn't help with, well, I mean, obviously that's what it was,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, first of all, the house being cold, minus 32, and then, like, my brother-in-law and sister
minus 32.
Okay. Yeah, last weekend.
Is that in Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Yep. No, Celsius.
So what would that be in Fahrenheit?
Minus 25.
Brr.
Yeah, and I found out from experience that minus 40 is the same in both, which it has been a couple years ago. It was like minus 40 Celsius.
I thought it was 0 where they met.
No, 0 is the freezing point of water, but 0 for you guys is like minus 10, I believe.
Maybe it's the boiling point, 212. Is that the one that's the same on both?
Okay, that might be it. Yeah.
I knew it was in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, my friend. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Mr. MH says, "Just sent you my details, Cardinal Sin. If you'd like to be on the show, all you have to do is grab yourself the invitation link, which I will put into the chat. And anyone that would like to join us is more than welcome to do so. We are now into midnight to midnight territory, and I don't have to actually put up the midnight to midnight logo because it says midnight to midnight right there for everyone to see. So welcome, Rod Thunderheart, to another episode of Midnight to Midnight.
Hey, thank you very much. Right on.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. And I'm going to call this Midnight to Midnight. What do you think? Number 30?
I didn't know. Well, I mean, okay.
I have no
I didn't-
idea. That's
Okay.
why I'm going to call it number 30 because I don't remember
Feel like it.
how many
You feel
episodes
like
I've
it.
done. Do you
Yeah.
think we can get Canadian Spider Man to join us?
You know what? Give me a second. I'll grab my other device here and see if I can.
That'd be great.
And then I'll put him on.
Is he still in?
I think he probably is. But
Is he still in Mexico?
but I can contact him on Discord.
Oh, good. So here's the link if anyone would like to join Mr. Rod Thunderheart and myself. Mr. M8 says, I do not have a working microphone, unfortunately. You know what? I bet you do. You probably just don't know it. Comic Relief Crusader says, details sent. Well, let's take a look. Okay. All right. Yeah, I see that. Okay. We have details for Mr. Brandenburg. That's great. But how about coming on the show? All you have to do is just play along with the rest of us. And you too can be on Midnight to Midnight. I guess I should play the opening, Rod, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because that's something I haven't done. Because we just turned over from the unboxing to Midnight. So let me go ahead and play the opening for Midnight to Midnight. And there you go. That's the Psychedelic Furs. And Midnight to Midnight does not mean I'm doing a 24-hour stream. It's just my late night stream. And it's named after a Psychedelic Furs album, which is called Midnight to Midnight. They're just, at the time, there were no other good midnight show names available. The only one that was left was Midnight Run, and that sounded like I was fleeing, so I didn't want to do that. So Midnight to Midnight is the way it goes. Rod, do you think that follows?
Yeah, no, that sounds very logical. I like, and like, yeah, no, I mean, like, I probably would have come to a similar conclusion. I mean, yeah, and like Midnight to Midnight does sound cool, you know.
I agree. What are you drinking this evening?
I am having a kokanee beer.
A what?
It's like kokanee beer.
Kokanee?
Yeah.
What's that?
Here, I'll show you. I hate this. I hate this light. It's a LED.
We're waiting.
Camera, come on, there.
Can you turn your phone sideways so we can get your horizontal perspective? Now you're sideways.
No, I'm upside down.
Yeah. All right, just turn it the other way. There you go. All right, and let's see what you're drinking. You have to hold it up. Oh, okay. It's Kokani. All right. Fair enough. It looks like it's the American equivalent of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You know, I think you're probably right.
I think I am too. Now, back in the 1980s, when I was in several punk bands, man, I used to drink this imported Canadian beer called Black Label. And I have to say, I've looked far and wide, and I can't find it anywhere. And I think it has to do with the idea that Molson was purchased by
Bush. Anheuser-Busch.
No. The Australian, Australian for beer.
Foster's.
Foster's, yeah.
Yep.
Foster's bought Molson and turned it into a really horrible beer, or vice versa. I don't remember. But I think that Black Label got lost in the shuffle somewhere in there. So I haven't seen Black Label in decades, and I probably wouldn't drink it if I saw it now. But the Comic Relief Crusader agrees that it's a good beer. That'll kill the flu. And Pleasant Valley Picker CA says, just put the mini lights on. Do you know what that means, Rod? Any idea?
Say that again. Put the what? The mini lights?
The mini lights on. Just put the mini lights on. What does that mean?
Okay. Yeah.
He's
okay.
Canadian. You're Canadian. You must understand what he's talking about.
My only possibility is like just the small lights on the inside of your house, or like something. I don't know what else to say.
Or you could have little tiny lights on your electric guitar. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mr. M.A. says Foster's beer is actually rare to find in Australia. Yeah, I think that's because Molson bought Foster's, and then they started making Foster's, and they made it worse, and then they just discontinued it. Pleasant Valley Picker CA says, Gil, Iron Horse is a strong 6.5 beer. It's actually good. Pleasant Valley Picker CA goes on to say, mini light on the tree. So we're getting into religious ceremonies here, which we probably shouldn't do because I have very strong opinions about that sort of thing. So what do you think, Rod?
You have very strong opinions about. I'm sorry, I was kind of
religiosity, standardized religion, blah blah blah.
Oh, actually, I'm glad you said that, because this. I don't mean that. I mean I'm happy that you said that, but because it gives me the opportunity to tell you that, hey, man, I got blocked by Stephanie Janicek earlier tonight.
And who is she?
Is she
some sort of a Christian right-wing white nationalist?
No, she's on. Actually, I think she kind of is. I think she. Because she posts a lot of pro orange guy posts.
You mean Trump?
Trump. And then and then she posted like an anti-Biden thing about hey, or Hunter Biden's laptop, blah blah blah. And then I responded with the very first thing I put at the top of the post was with above the photo was I said, look, I don't want to start a fight or anything like this. I said, but I'd just like to point out, I'd just like to point out that a quote very rich man just inhabited the White House for 4 years and brought in his family and employed them under the White House for literally no reason, no other,
just nepotism is all.
And then I posted a picture that said, if you and a picture of a tweet which said that if you want to investigate Hunter Biden, someone who has never worked for the U.S. government for fraud, but you completely ignore Hunter, or not Hunter, but you completely ignore Ivanka and Jared.
By the way, did you see that recently Ivanka completely distanced herself from her father?
I'm actually, I like that. I get a kick. I think that's funny. That's the old, what's the rat scream?
She totally disassociated herself from Trump. She pushed him as far away as she could. I have nothing to do with him anymore. My husband is a Jew. I converted to Judaism. He's an anti-Semite. He had Kanye West and Nick Fuentes.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
dinner,
It is.
blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I put my thing said that if you want to investigate Hunter Biden, someone who has never worked for the U.S. government, but completely ignore Jared, what the hell's his face?
Kushner.
Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, for the who made $630 million during the 4 years that they're at the White House, and the $1 billion that they got from Saudi Arabia, then you are a complete hypocrite.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and oh, holy crap, that set her off. And then she responded to me back on Facebook. She sent
Personally? Ivanka?
No. I mean Stephanie Janicek.
Oh,
then,
yeah.
Yeah, and then like she responded to me, and then she just simply said, "Well, you can be." Said, "If you want to be like that, you can just you could be a promotional so and so for Hitler, ass." And then she blocked me, and I just like, well, and well, actually, I got revenge on her though, because like I just simply switched to my other Facebook profile.
You have 2 Facebook profiles?
Yeah, and then I just simply I turned around and
completely unknown, never before done.
Oh no, I know. And then I turned around and I messaged her on my other Facebook profile, and then I sent another picture that I actually got from Twitter, it shows an old rich man in a suit and a top hat, and smoking a cigar with his hands in his pockets, and he's looking all happy and proud of himself because he's
kind of like the Monopoly man.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly, the Monopoly man. And like he's sitting there, well, he's looking all smug and happy about himself, and he's watching 2 people in an aquarium, and the message said they want you to start a culture war because they don't want you to start a class war.
Yeah,
and like
that's pretty intuitive.
And that, and I'm like, well, and like I knew, yeah. I mean, well, of course, I mean, because that's the other thing. I mean, we've known for years, I mean, like that the rich are just basically throwing shade out there to get you to get pissed off at this or pissed off about that. I mean, this is the whole reason why cancel culture and then outrage media exists, is because people get so pissed off at that they don't see the real picture and realize
it's like a magician, that's doing misdirection that says, don't look at this hand, look at this hand, watch this hand. Whatever's going on with this hand doesn't matter. Watch this hand very carefully.
Yeah, there you go. And that, and that's what I was trying to tell her too. And like I also said there too, look, you're mad at the wrong people, and then and then I blocked her. My other profile blocked her.
Oh, good for you.
That's not the first time I've done that either.
If you can't have a meaningful argument with someone where they're willing to have their minds changed, you should block them.
Or meaningful discourse where they can sit there and like at least even we don't have to agree. You don't have to like my side or anything like that, or even but I mean like. at least hear me out. And if you can't hear me out, well, Jesus, then you're worse than Trump,
or at least worse than me. I mean, let's face it.
No, you listen to me. And
if you're not willing to engage in a meaningful diatribe with me, then you're worse than me, whoever me happens to be.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay,
right,
yeah. I mean, yeah.
Now let's read some comments. The Comic Relief Crusader says, I got 3. Mr. MH says, that lady is extremely thin-skinned. I once said something on a stream regarding something about Star Wars. I can't even remember. And she got angry and started shouting at me for no reason. It was strange. It was strange. She started shouting at me. I don't know.
Well, no, she did that.
The Comic Relief Crusader says, I have no idea who this lady is. I don't care. And Mr. MH says, I'm always polite, respectful, and nice to everybody. So her reaction was extremely uncalled for and strange. And the Comic Relief Crusader says, meh.
Yeah. So, well, see, that's not the first time she did this either. I mean, like she was on it. She was doing one of her little sort of live streams, like, I mean, because she kind of likes to present herself as a, insider, and then Doomcock stuff and all that, and she follows all the other stuff and Cameron Pasha and all that. But
Right.
and like, I mean, you may have seen her comments on Cameron Pasha's.
You may have seen Doomcock and Cameron Pasha on the Cardinal Sin channel.
When?
Right?
Or yeah, I know. Or okay.
When?
Well,
you
I know.
don't know?
I know. No, dude, I'm talking.
Okay,
not talking about.
so
No, I
coming
know.
up
No,
on the
I've seen
29th,
the Cameron.
29th of December, we're going to have Mike Barra, Gary Ambrosia, and Doomcock, along with myself, in a sort of discussion about the things in Mike Barra's books about Mars. He has
Wow.
two of them. It's called Ancient Aliens on Mars 1 and
Wow.
Ancient Aliens on Mars 2.
Holy cow.
And if you can't wait for that, you can go onto my channel, which is youtube.com/Cardinal Sin.
Well, I've
And
caught
you
her.
can look up
Caught her. Yeah,
on
Cameron twice.
on the Into the Fringe playlist. You'll find a previous episode where Doomcock and Gary Ambrosia and Mike Barra and I talked about Dark Mission. And I asked everybody that I just mentioned if they would be willing to do it again for his Mars books. And I was happy to hear that they were into it.
That's awesome.
So I ordered everybody Mars books of Mike Barra's from Amazon.com. They've had plenty of time to read them. I think it's going to be a really good show.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Mr. MH, I noticed asked why Gary Nerdrotic separated from Doomcock. Do you want to take this, or I could?
No, I'll take it because he's a racist and an asshole.
Well,
Next
okay,
question.
but I mean, I'm talking about the incident, though. I think that's what he's looking. Why?
Oh, okay. So the incident was that Nerdrotic. I was the producer for the Exozone, and I had two shows that they did, and the second one, Nerdrotic showed up at the last possible moment and said, literally, quote, "We have a show, we have a guest," unquote.
Wow.
And I was like, yeah, we have to start right now. And I believe the guest was Peter Robbins. And then we did a second one where the guest was Don Ecker. And Don Ecker emailed me privately and he said, "What is this, Gil Amateur Hour?" And it turned out that Gary Beegler had promised to be on Don Ecker's show, Dark Matters Radio, once a week to sort of be like the, what's going on in SJW land type guy. And he never showed up. And so, I don't mind saying that I had to bounce 6 weeks worth of guests that I'd lined up for the Exozone. And then I eventually had to tell them, I'm sorry, the show is shut down for the rest of time. And that's why I started my channel. That's why I started Into the Fringe. The last episode of Into the Fringe has Don Ecker, Micah Hanks, Christopher O'Brien, and Walter Bosley. We did a special surprise show. It was just going to be Micah Hanks, but I knew that he was
cool.
a big fan of all these other great investigators.
I caught what I missed.
I brought them all on, and he was like, "Wow, this is so cool. This is the most special thing ever. How did you get all these great guests on here?" And I just said, "Because I'm that good." But the point is that I punch above my weight. I ask people to be on my channel that I have no business asking if they'll be on my channel, but you'd be
Yeah.
surprised. All you have to do is ask, and sometimes they say yes. Like one of my heroes of science fiction is Greg Bear, who wrote the short story Blood Music, who
Mhm.
went on to write the novel Blood Music, and actually is one of the guys that created the San Diego Comic Con, along with a
Yeah.
bunch of other science fiction writers. And I had to really be reserved because I'm such a gushing fanboy of his work. I told him before the show, I'm a gushing fanboy, but during the show, I tried to keep it professional. And he was great guest. If you want to see it, you can go to youtube.com/Cardinal Sin, go to Masters of the Genre playlist, look up my interview with Greg Bear, and you can watch it. I was doing my best not to be like, but I think I did a pretty good job. And
You did an awesome job.
what's that?
You did an awesome job. As I said, I listened to what I missed.
Oh,
Like,
thank you.
holy, and I'm just wow. I was half floored myself. No, I was mostly floored myself. I'm like, damn. And
No,
it was cool. It
I
was
cut
cool
my
too
teeth
watching Micah
as a science
Micah.
fiction writer. I cut my teeth on Greg Bear, John Shirley, William Gibson,
It was great to hear
Bruce
them geeking out
Sterling,
too.
and
Over Salem's Lot.
I've had some limited correspondence with all of the above, and you'd be surprised, how many of these people are just regular human beings like you and me. All you have to do is ask, and they'll say yes. So that's cool.
Yeah, but I'd also like to address
so
though.
Let's go ahead and look at some of the comments and questions that have come up based on your question. Mr. MH says, I'm always polite, respectful, and nice to everybody, so her reaction was extremely uncalled for and strange. The Comic Relief Crusader says, meh, and dialogue is dead. I disagree. You have to engage. You must engage. Now,
well, if you don't, then you just basically two people in stone castles, throwing stones at each other, saying,
right.
Fuck you, blah, blah, blah.
And one of my personal friends, Greg Bishop, made a t-shirt that says, do not engage. And I disagree. You can't have a meaningful dialogue or argument with someone unless you're willing to engage. And that means you have to be willing to shut up and let your opponent make his or her point. And if you're not willing to have your mind changed, you have no business being in any kind of debate, period. Also, you should be very sure of your position if you're going to get into a debate. But I think everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Mr. MH goes on to say, Cardinal Sin, I've always wondered what the reason Gary from Nerdrotic decided to cut off ties with Doomcock. Because he's an asshole and he's a racist.
Well, yeah, but more directly, the whole reason also was why Ryan Cannell commented, RKO Outpost commented on Friday Night Tights that he started questioning Doomcock and basically bad mouthing him, and not just him, but then he did literally say the fans and us, I got pissed off at that. I just son of a bitch.
And Gary just laughed, and he didn't support.
Just didn't say
he
anything.
Didn't support Doomcock, who was allegedly his friend. He just laughed it off when he should have stepped up and said, "Hey, this is my friend you're talking about here."
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, if it wasn't enough for Doomcock, it was enough for me. That was the end of. And I was a supporter, both on Patreon and a channel supporter of Nerdrotic. And I thought that Nerdrotic made a lot of good points. but I always suspected that he was a closet racist. And he held up at the beginning of a stream, he held up a piece of cardboard that said N asterisk 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 R. And he said, "Can I say this now?" And I was like, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." And that's when I disengaged from Nerdrotic. I stopped being a channel supporter. I stopped being a Patreon supporter. I turned him off. I blocked him. I didn't have anything to do with him because I don't have time. Rod, you know how busy I am. Earlier, we had a little message about how much time I have to spend doing what I'm doing and how little time I have for side projects, like even, getting together with you and reading your book.
Yeah.
And I don't have time for people that are admitted racists because it brings the rest of the fandom menace down. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pleasant Valley Picker CA.
Hey, Gil.
Hey.
How are you doing,
Rod?
Sir? Oh, pretty good, man.
I just finished doing my laundry for another week, so I have
Yay.
clean undies, towels, and sheets. I am so happy.
Towels and sheets and towels.
And the amazing thing for a Saturday night, there was absolutely nobody in the laundry room. I had it all
Isn't
to
that
myself.
Great?
Oh,
that was awesome. I got the washer and the dryer of my choice all to myself.
Now, I have to admit a little strange thing here. Back when I was dating, when I was doing my laundry in the laundry room, I was trying to be sexting with my girlfriend, and I didn't really know how to do it, and so I asked her, "Are we sexting now?" And she said, "I don't think so. I'm not sure we are." And so I started asking questions like, what are you wearing? And she said, "I'm wearing the same thing that I was wearing last time you saw me." And it didn't go anywhere. So I tried to be sort of slick and cool. And she was like, "You're kind of an idiot."
So there were no sexy panties in the laundry.
No, there were no panties. No, I was the one doing laundry. She didn't ask me about what was in my laundry. I was just like, "What are you wearing?" And she was like, "I'm fully clothed."
Well, so much for romance.
Right. No, we had a lot of romance. We're actually still best friends. But
that's good. That's
good. No, I'm best friends with all my ex girlfriends.
Well, that's great.
Who can burn in hell.
That's the main thing, right?
Yeah, no, it's important that you part on good terms.
Yeah.
Even my ex-wife of 4 years. My wife of 4 years, who went skiing in Colorado with a guy that she admittedly didn't know from Adam and broke her leg. Then she expected me to run errands for her, and I did for about 2 weeks, and I was like, "What the fuck am I doing?" It's just not going anywhere. You're the person that went off and left me alone for 12 hours without a phone or a car, painting the house for 12 hours. Fuck you.
Yeah, you're taking advantage of, Gil.
Well, that's, unfortunately, that's true. But I've learned my lesson.
Hey, sometimes
you can't spell gullible without Gil.
Sometimes old flames can come back. Like, I just recently, in the last 3 months or so, had an old one, probably my second girlfriend ever. She came back and said, asked me to chat on Facebook, and we've had some great chats reminiscing about the old days. So sometimes those old girlfriends can come back and, be some fun.
Oh yeah. And I would never, ever, say that any of my ex-girlfriends aren't welcome or don't have a place in my life. I would like to be friendly with all of my ex-girlfriends. Not that I have sheets and sheets worth of them. I mean, I grew up a nice Jewish boy. I've had, you know, as many relationships as you can count on all of your fingers and toes. And I still love all of them to some extent. I still have feelings for all of them to some extent. If you really want to drag it out of me emotionally, but yeah, I don't wish any of them any ill will. I don't have it in me to do that, because having negative feelings takes more out of oneself than it does
Agree.
out of the object of their delusion. So I wish them all the best, and I hope that they, you know, come to the same conclusion that I have, that carrying that negative energy is harder on oneself than it is on anyone else.
Oh, I agree 100%, Gil. Like anger and
Mhm.
hate is such a
You
stupid
call me
emotion.
Cardinal on this channel. No,
Okay,
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Cardinal.
kidding. I'm
Okay.
just kidding. I'm kidding. I kid. I kid.
Seriously though, I think hate is such it's like got to be one of the dumbest emotions out there. Like
It
it's such a
really is.
waste of energy, right?
It not only wastes energy, but if you're talking politically, like country to country,
Mm.
or the head of a country to the head of another country,
Or
it
even two
prevents you
political parties in a
from
country.
finding common ground.
Yeah.
Prevents you from finding
That's right.
common ground.
Yeah,
Now,
it's ridiculous, really.
what happened with Nerdrotic and Doomcock is that Nerdrotic stabbed Doomcock in the back.
He did.
And
Well, by
I've
inaction,
been
inaction, by
wait.
not doing anything.
Hold it. I will always have Doomcock's back. Okay.
Yeah,
Me
yeah,
too.
yeah.
And the
Yeah, same.
things that Nerdrotic did to Doomcock, I will never forgive. I'm not spending any negative energy on him. He's in my
He's
I
just
don't
out.
believe in this zone. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to call it the forbidden zone, whatever. I don't spend any hate on him. I don't spend any ill will on him. He's in that Superman 2 forbidden zone. You
He's
know,
just dead.
Yeah.
he's not
He's
even
gone.
anywhere as powerful as General Zod. General Zod is cool,
General
but
Zod was awesome.
General Zod
Oh, yeah,
rocks,
yeah.
man.
Kneel before
All kneel
Zod.
to General Zod. But
That's one of my favorite sayings.
Nerdrotic is just a poor
Kneel before General Rod.
a poor little boy that became a junkie, and once a junkie, always a junkie. And when that whole thing came up with Zack Snyder and the Snyder Cut, and what was the name of the channel that eventually did that thing?
Oh geez, I don't know.
You know that
Me
it
neither.
was part of the
Drawing a
Geeks and
blank.
Rod's got
Gamers
it.
thing.
Oh, Geeks and Gamers, yeah.
It was the guy that had an African name, Ode or something.
No, I don't know it.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
I was
yeah.
part of that stream, and the first thing that Zack Snyder did was he said, "We don't have anything to do with the Geeks and Gamers," and then he started to shit on the fans,
Oh
and I saw Nerdrotic's name, go up really fast, and I typed a message to him, and I said, I've never seen a live stream this big. There were like 10,000 people in this live stream. And he shot me back a little message, and he said, "There's never been one this big." And that was fine. But yeah, when that Ryan Cannell shit happened, and he had an opportunity to defend my friend Doomcock, and not only did he not take it, but he let him have it and laughed along with him. That's when I said, enough. Sorry, that's it. And then later he did this thing on a stream with Chris Gore, who I follow and really like, and I've had on my channel, and he's a really great guy. I just wish that he wouldn't have Nerdrotic on his channel, or vice versa.
Yeah.
I mean, but everybody has to find their way somehow. And then Gary pulled out this thing that had the asterisk, 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 R, and said, "Is it okay if I say this?" And I mean, it was just so blatantly racist.
Oh,
I was like, "Oh my fucking God, are you kidding me?" And I'd already unsubscribed, become not a channel member, not a Patreon subscriber, etc. And as far as I'm concerned, anybody that has anything to do with Nerdrotic can suck my fucking Jewish dick.
well, that's honestly their business. but I
Anybody
mean,
that has
still,
anything to
honestly,
do with Nerdrotic can suck my circumcised Jewish dick.
well
Could
said,
suck
Tiger
my
Stripe.
Christmas
Please
tree
go ahead.
balls for 1992.
And my balls. Yeah.
By the way, Cardinal Sin, I wanted to
Yeah.
tell you too. By the way, I'm not sure if you knew this, but also kind of okay. Do you remember that? Remember that one night I bitched? I really got pissed off about Canal on your stream.
I don't.
It was on your stream, and then like I.
It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means I don't remember it.
Anyway, well, on that stream, I even said too, like I mean, like, yeah, I even said that if I ever met Canal on the street, I'd like punch him in the face.
Oh, so you would punch a Nazi?
Yeah. So, but
I don't know
here's
this Canal guy. He must be kind of a jerk.
He's on the Friday Night Tights.
He's such a dick, man.
Oh, I never watched Friday Night Tights.
No, I know. I get it.
Racist,
I'm just saying. He's part of the Friday Night Tights peanut gallery.
Oh God!
But he doesn't add anything. He just sits there and makes racist comments and makes the rest of the fandom menace look like assholes. And we're not. We just want good storytelling. That's it.
He's just a troll then, basically, right?
Yeah.
He's a troll that has a position.
Oh God.
So anyway,
kind of like Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah. So anyway, So anyway, when I made that remark, right, and like I made kind of like a little bit of a diatribe about that, and I just like if I ever saw him on the street, I'd punch him, and then I said I think I even suggested that I want to throw down with him, and which is funny too because I don't know, he claims to be like a army veteran, but I mean like I look at him and it's like really, I mean when did he go?
Where's your D23?
Yeah. Anyway, here's the thing. Tom from Midnight's Edge contacted me and said, "Hey, he didn't name who, but he said that somebody had."
Yeah, that was it.
It was him?
Tiger Stripes, what's up?
What? Oh, anyway.
Tiger Stripes says she's kind of still burned out about the whole Ryan Canal debacle.
Yeah, me too.
A non-apology. I'm sorry if you were offended. Yeah.
Tiger Stripes.
That's what he said. He offered a non-apology. He came. He kind of sort of like, look, I'm sorry if you're offended. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to, and all that. Yeah. Anyway, but getting back to like Tom Connors of Midnight's Edge contacted me and said, hey, he wouldn't name who, but he said that somebody had contacted him and said that I had threatened Ryan Canal personally, and that I would make physical harm. Yeah, see that's what I'm trying to say.
You, a professional wrestler, threaten violence against someone?
So saying something on YouTube is the equivalent of threatening violence? That's kind of weird.
But,
no, that's
absurd.
Oh yeah,
but
it's absurd. The whole idea is absurd.
People say shit on here all the time.
Rod Thunderheart is one of the most gentle, intelligent people I have ever met in my life.
Thanks. But Tom, that's the thing. Tom was trying to get to the bottom of it. He was like, hey, well, what happened? And then like I said, what? Where are you getting that? Oh, so what are they trying to say? And then like he said, well, apparently you threatened violence on somebody, and and then if you ever saw him on the street, you'd
okay. Like, roll it back for me. Show me the clip. Show me the clip, right?
Well, see, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
I established some sort of violence against somebody. Roll it back. Show me the clip. Send me the clip.
Yeah.
No, you're not following me. No. This was like Tom and I were talking, and then like That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say is that
Yeah.
Tom was asking me what's happening, and then I was like, really? Oh, okay. Well, here, and then I found the stream that that we talked, and I said I'd had a few, but I don't give a shit. I still wouldn't change what I said, and
But
and
you
I
didn't
still would
threaten him with physical violence.
not directly. No,
Yeah, I
I
think
said
you'd
that.
have to go. You'd have to go pretty far to like say, "I hate you. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to search you down." Like you'd have
Well,
to be
and
pretty
there's also,
explicit,
and
right, to
don't
actually make a
forget,
Yeah,
threat.
Pleasant
see,
Valley
that's what they were.
picker,
That's what Tom
Rod
basically
Thunderheart.
explained.
Don't forget, there's also cyberbullying, which is an implied threat. Where
See,
don't
that's
go
what.
out of your
Yeah, yeah,
house,
yeah,
don't leave
yeah.
your
Uh,
car, because you
That's what.
never know who's going to be there. There's all this kind of implied bullshit where it's not an implicit threat,
Yeah,
but there's still a threat there, and
uh,
and you
but
know
that's
I, but
yeah.
that's not
okay.
what you did.
Yeah, I can get that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can get
So
that,
anyway,
Gil.
that's
Yeah.
but anyway, I went back to the stream. I even found the exact few minutes that I spouted off like that, and then I said to Tom, "Okay, well, I mean, first off, I told Tom, clarified what I said, Then I grabbed your stream and I sent the stream in the exact few minutes where I spouted off, and then Tom's like, "What? That's 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 not what they were saying." I mean, this is nothing like what they were saying. And then he said, "Oh, thanks for giving me this." And then he obviously turned it around and then gave it to whoever was saying whatever they were saying, and then I talked to Tom later about it, and he said no, that completely diffused it. They were like, it completely went against what they said, and made them look like idiots.
So it came down to nothing in the end, then, Ron.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
But I
good.
mean, but it was just, yeah, and this is what this is what I like about Midnight's Edge, and not just I mean, just not just about this. I mean, because Tom's such an even-handed, really good mediator, negotiator, you might say, even, I mean, because I've been on their membership live streams, and again, Tom is a really good, like well, again, mediator, because a lot of times it's sometimes when a stream gets carried off in one direction, it's like, oh, okay, but let me get back to Rod. Did you say this? Or he goes back to somebody else who
Yeah.
is like, hey, did
Yeah.
this? Did you say this? And then and that's what But I mean, he obviously has radio experience, and he said later too, or he told me later too. He's like, yeah, I do have. I used to be
It's
on
like
radio.
let's get back to the main topic kind of thing, right, Rod?
Yeah, that's how I mean, that's
Yeah,
what
I've been
that's
on streams like that too. Like,
yeah,
well, like
and he's
I don't know if you know anti-derivative Jill. I go on her streams
oh
usually
yes, I
every
do.
Friday when I can, and she's
Oh,
very nice, but she's very firm. It's like if you're wandering too far off, she'll say,
yeah, I've
"Okay, let's
noticed
go
that on
back to that."
I've noticed that on her streams. Yeah, she's very not well. Come on, she snaps the whip and
Yep.
snaps the conversation back to where it was going.
Yeah, she's an awesome,
Yeah,
lovely lady, but she does know how to snap that whip once in a while to get everybody in line, which I
yeah,
actually approve of. I really enjoy her streams.
yeah. Same thing with Culture Casino does that as well. He's another one
Oh,
that's also
okay.
very, very even-handed. I mean, again, I tend to kind of I dislike their, he's another one that occasionally, like Chris Gore, goes on with the FNT, but still, I mean, I noticed though he doesn't stay on too long.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of channels
Yeah.
that are streaming now. It's like there's so many, I can't keep up with them all, really.
Well, well, I said earlier there were 15 damn streams this afternoon, and I'm like, I wanted to just sit down
Oh,
and watch a damn
God.
movie.
Yeah, I
You know,
actually ended up on one or two. I can't remember what they were now, but yeah, it's kind of nuts.
I almost got invited on Tony Stark's, but then then I got caught. Well, like a Canadian, I got pulled away from the thing, and I got hooked into a couple of hockey games. Well,
Yeah.
watching some
Okay.
games, and
I haven't even watched hockey in
yeah,
ages. I got to put. I got my tree up and with some lights on, but I still got to basically you put a couple hours in of decorating it, and it's like 10:45 at my time. So I hope my neighbors don't mind Christmas music after midnight. I usually put my
Yeah.
South Park CD and let's see what else. Actually, Power in the Raiders Christmas album I really enjoy. If you've never
Yeah.
heard that, that's a good one. It's on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's see what else. And what's her name? Oh, the girl that had Girls Just Want to Have Fun. What was her name?
Oh, Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper's got an awesome Christmas album. If you've never heard it, that's probably on
Oh.
here too. It's really,
Oh,
really good.
see, I
I
think I.
play that one every year. Well, she has
Right.
a lot of original songs she wrote on that album too, which are really, really good. So
Oh,
I recommend listening to that one.
cool. Have you ever heard Bob and Doug, the 12 Days of
Oh
Christmas?
yeah, I used to have the
Nice.
vinyl to that. I had the whole
Nice.
album. Go 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 go.
On the
Yeah,
first
12
day
Days
of
of Christmas. That was a
my
good one.
true, my
I
true
can't
love
remember.
sent me
Was Geddy Lee on that one? I
beer.
can't remember now. They might have had Rush on that one. I can't remember.
They did actually. Actually, I think they did, but it was like one of the later years.
Okay. I'm a big Rush
Yeah.
fan. I love Rush. The weird thing
Oh
was
yeah.
when I was a kid, like a teenager back in the 70s, my first album, Rush album, was 2112, and that was great. But I
Nice.
wasn't really into Geddy's high pitched vocals back then. I was like, oh man, this guy's so high pitched. I couldn't get
Yeah.
into the first couple albums at all. And as the years have gone by, I've actually grown to appreciate what an awesome singer he actually is. So I enjoy all of his stuff now. So
That's the thing. Like when like then I mean, like as a Canadian too. I mean, I just kind of like I was like, yeah, these tunes are great, but I don't know if they're for me, kind of thing. When I was younger, but I mean, like you get older, and then you're just kind of like, I fucking love this shit, man.
yeah, it's like
You know?
Working Man. It's like I love that song
Yeah.
now. And I couldn't
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
into it back in the 70s at all, but it's like
Yeah.
now, fuck yeah, that's a great song.
Yeah. Well, which remind you, so you're American, right?
No, I'm in Canada. I'm in British Columbia, man.
Oh, awesome.
That
Okay.
Everybody
that's
thinks
why
C
that's why
everybody
he's
thinks
called
CA is California,
that's why
but
he's
it's
called Pleasant
Canada.
Valley Pickers CA. What do you think
It's
it was in
it's
California?
Canada.
Yeah,
Everybody
that's what I
thinks I'm
thought.
in bloody
I thought it was
For
California.
fuck's sake, man. It's keep
Well, nobody
you know,
told me.
I need
stay
to
with
change my
us.
I need to change my freaking name. I know I do.
What? Rob
No,
Thunderheart
that's
and Pleasant Valley Picker have been friends for 3.5 years, and you didn't know you were both in Canada? Jesus Christ!
Actually,
okay.
there's a lot of Canadian content on these live streams.
Did you
Yeah,
see?
there
Yeah,
is.
that's right.
There's
Did you
Canadian
see?
It's like
Spider-Man. There's
Doomcock,
Pleasant
Jill.
Valley
I
Picker
mean, there's lots
CA,
of us
Rob
Canadians
Thunderheart.
hanging out.
Did you see Geddy Lee on Murdoch Mysteries?
Oh God, I didn't
I
see
don't
that.
watch Murdoch Mysteries.
No, I'm asking PvP.
I
Oh, I'm
couldn't
sorry.
get into Murdoch Mysteries. I guess it was a little too procedural for me. It's just like, I don't know.
I like a good procedural, especially Taggart, where
Dude,
Scottish
it's like 15 Yeah.
persons have to say the word murder.
I know I should watch
Dude,
it one of these days, but
it's
it's
Oh,
not on the
Taggart
top
is
of my
great,
list. So
man.
I got so
Taggart
many
is
things
great.
on my list. It's crazy.
dude, it's so holy crap. I mean, like it's man, they're on their 15th season. I got hooked on season 4.
Oh my
and then
God.
oh yeah, no.
15.
Oh, and by the way,
Wow.
R.I.P. Robbie Coltrane. Oh my God, Cracker was so good. He was so good in the James Bond films. He's a great stand-up comedian. If you guys aren't familiar with Robbie Coltrane, please look him up. He was so good.
Didn't he just
One of the
pass a
greatest
month or
things
two ago?
about UK comedians.
He just passed away, didn't he?
He did. Great Scottish comedian. And a great dramatic actor. I mean, he was in like 5 or 6 James Bond movies.
Wow.
Sort of in the Joe Don Baker role.
Never realized that.
But also, he was one of, one thing that a lot of people don't realize about comedic actors is it's a lot harder to pull off comedy. You have to have really good timing and be really well practiced at it to pull it off.
Yeah.
And that those guys go on to be dramatic actors and they have a lot less problem with it than when people try and go the other way from being dramatic actors to being funny, like on Saturday Night Live or SCTV or whatever.
I would agree with
And
that
Robbie
100%.
Coltrane, man, is one of my favorite Canadian actors.
I'd agree 100% with that. I think it's much easier to go from comedy to drama.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult to be a good comedic actor than it is, to be a good dramatic actor, and then try and cross the streams, if you will.
Yeah, if you got the
I
timing to be good at comedy, you probably can
yes and
handle
no.
drama no problem.
Sometimes, I mean, because like, let's face it, nobody knew that Leslie Nielsen, what a good comedic actor he was. Because
Yeah,
remember,
but if you've ever
because he
seen
started
Forbidden
as a
Planet,
dramatic actor in the
if you've ever seen
in the
Forbidden Planet, you know what a great dramatic actor he is.
Yeah, he was great in that.
Or
Leslie
Creep
Nielsen,
Show. He's
There were so
extremely
many- yeah.
dramatic in Creep Show.
Canadian
there's
gem.
there's just so many dramatic stuff he was doing in the '60s. And then suddenly, like literally, the Zucker brothers approached him and said, "Hey, would you like to do Airplane?" And then,
Well, there you go.
and then like,
Was
and then he was
Police
like, "What's that
Squad-
all about?"
Wasn't
What's it
Police
all about?
Squad
And then,
before Airplane?
I think actually he was doing the Naked Gun before Airplane.
Well, they had the Police Squad episodes. There
Police
were like
Squad,
6
yeah,
of them on
yeah.
the TV, I remember.
Yeah, Police Squad.
Those
yeah.
were hilarious.
They were really, and that's what I'm saying. It takes a certain special something. And speaking of a certain special something, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. MH.
How's it going, guys?
Hey,
Good
I
night,
got the
mate.
laundry done, so I'm happy.
I'm glad this microphone is working because I tell you what, it gave me some freaking grief
You're
before.
loud and clear.
Uh-oh.
You're 5x5, buddy.
Sounds good to me here.
Hey, right on.
So now that you're here, what do you have to contribute?
Just come in just to say a quick hello and hail Cardinal Sin, hail Rod, hail Pleasant Valley. Always great to be on and see everybody and respect to you all and just here just to listen in. And I thought I'd just drop in. So
I have to
happy to
say,
be here.
you are one of my favorite subscribers. I love all my subscribers, but you have always interesting and intelligent reactions to the shows that I put out, and you've been a very provocative guest when you've been on panels, and I'm going to start doing the Cardinals and their Friends trivia SmackDown thing again pretty soon. And you've always been there, for me. And I really just have to thank you for that. You're a smart, intellectual, intelligent, provocative guy. And, that makes up for your being Australian. I kid.
It's all good, mate. All good. I really appreciate that.
That makes up for your being Australian?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Right.
Yeah, sounds really good to me, man.
Put another shrimp on the bobby?
Yeah, it's actually prawns. We say prawns here in Australia. Shrimp's an American thing.
It's really funny that people in the United States think that they say put another shrimp on the barbie because they don't say that.
So you're down to springtime down there, I would assume.
Put another prawn on the bobby.
Yeah, put another prawn on the barbie, mate.
Is Paul what's his name? The guy that did all of those movies. Is
Paul
he
Hogan?
still alive?
Yeah, I believe he is.
What's his name?
Paul Hogan.
Hogan.
He's the one who played Crocodile Dundee.
Right. Crocodile Dundee. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's responsible for a lot of the reason why Americans say that the bizarre shit that they do and they think it's Australian. Now that's a knife,
Yeah. Well, when every second animal wants to kill you here, we gotta adapt fast. So.
You've got some animals that probably haven't even been discovered yet
Actually,
everything there wants to kill
I
you.
heard recently that the Tasmanian tiger is not extinct, that they discovered a breeding group of Tasmanian tigers.
Really? I didn't I haven't heard
Interesting.
about a breeding group, but I've heard that that
There's
there have
been a
been
couple
several.
sightings. Yeah.
Yeah, there have been several researchers who have tried to present pictures of the Tasmanian tiger as being proof. They're kind of blurry and just your
And
sort of
ladies
typical.
and gentlemen, Brian Hepburn is in the house.
Hello.
I would like to invite Mr. Hepburn, who's a personal friend of mine,
Cool.
onto the show. So if you'd like to join us, please do so at this URL.
By the way, I'd like to correct too that yes, actually, I was right. Leslie Nielsen was he was invited on Airplane, and then 2 years later he was he did the Police Squad series. So
Now,
it
was that
it
after
was,
Airplane 2 with William Shatner? The
the
big cheese,
yeah, actually, I believe it was.
the head honcho, the man in charge.
Yeah, no, like but the thing is, no, like it was the Zucker brothers. They'd made the discovery that Leslie Nielsen, a Canadian famous Canadian dramatic actor, was a ridiculously good
Was
at
actually
stand-up.
hilarious.
Was particularly good at comedy.
That's what I'm trying to say is that you've got your comedic actors like Adam Sandler,
He's the first. Yeah, he's the first one that went
Seth Rogen,
backwards.
whatever, and you've got your comedic actors, or maybe I got it mixed up, but it's a lot easier for these comedic actors like Adam Sandler and so forth to cross over and become dramatic actors because they already have the timing down. They've already written their own material. They know how to improv. And so when you take somebody like Leslie Nielsen, who started out as a dramatic actor, and you put him into a comedic zone and let him do his own improv and stuff like that, he's going to get it and he's going to be good at it. And
well, he can build on the character and add to it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there would be no Police Squad without Leslie Nielsen. There would be no Naked Gun without Leslie Nielsen.
Funny enough that you mentioned Leslie Nielsen. The guy was he was a comedic genius. I recently saw a video.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen died. He died in 2012.
Oh no!
I think 2012 he died.
Yeah, he's
R.I.P. I didn't know. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Leslie.
No.
I love you, man.
Recently, I saw this interview with him where I think he used to carry this like a squeeze toy that used to make fart sounds.
Oh yes, I heard about that.
Yes,
he's
and
the fart sounds.
Yep, and in one of the interviews he kept doing it, blaming it on the salmon that he ate for lunch, and the interviewer was just really perplexed seeing it. It was freaking hilarious.
That's great.
And he's playing it dead set serious, like, oh, my stomach's aching, it's that bad salmon, and it was good. Good stuff.
Bad salmon.
I actually think
my love is like bad venison. Bad venison, that's what I need. Da-da-da.
I think Leslie, before he was known as a dramatic actor, really had his calling when he finally went to comedy, because he was so damn good at making us laugh.
Oh, what are you saying?
Yeah,
Forbidden
he was.
Planet wasn't a masterpiece?
Oh no, it was one of the greatest films ever made, and obviously Gene Roddenberry totally ripped it off for Star Trek.
Oh, it was the pilot for Star Trek.
Basically, yeah. But I'm just saying, though, as great as Leslie was in dramatic roles, when he got switched over to comedy, I think he really hit his stride, right?
I tell you what, two underrated films,
well, like, okay, hang on. Let me respond to that. Have you ever seen Creepshow, the first movie?
Oh, it's great.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I saw it in the
with
theaters.
Leslie Nielsen and Dan. What the fuck is his name? I hate this actor. The guy from Cheers.
Jeez, I don't remember.
I can't stand this fucking actor, but he's actually pretty good.
Well, which character?
The guy from Cheers and The Good Place.
Oh, there's so many guys in Cheers.
The bartender Sam.
Yeah. What's the actor's name? Come on, help me out.
Oh.
Somebody help me
Sam
out.
Malone. Flip. What the hell's his name?
I know Sam Malone was a
Ted
Ted
character.
Danson. Thank you, Tiger Stripes. Ted Danson. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's the guy.
He's in Creepshow, which came out like what 82, 83, something like that.
Yeah.
And he's playing a straight role where not only is he not funny, but he is the bad guy, and he buries these people up to their heads in sand and lets the tide come in and out over their heads, and he's videotaping it for his own pleasure. That's pretty non-comedic acting.
Yeah. I'd agree with
Yep.
that.
I mean, and that was in between his, stint doing the movie that I mentioned with Robbie the Robot.
Forbidden Planet.
Thank you, Forbidden Planet. That was between Forbidden Planet and the Naked Gun stuff. Now, very shortly after that, he would go on to have a huge comedic career. But at that point, he was a very bad man. He was an evil man, and he pulled off that straight role very, very well. The guy was just an all-around great actor, and I think that when you look at people like John Candy, Tom Hanks, people that, Robin Williams, people that started off as really good comedic actors, they understand things like pacing. They've gone through movement class. They've gone through all that stuff, and they understand what it means, not just to be a dramatic actor, but even over and above that, how to be a good comedic actor. And most right out of the gate, dramatic actors don't have that timing. They don't have that sense of improv. They're just not as good as the comedic actors.
Yeah, I think.
Does anybody remember?
Go ahead, Mr.
Sorry, I was just going to say, does anybody remember John Lithgow, who was a comedic actor, and he in Cliffhanger played one of the nastiest villains you will ever see. He was just a nasty bastard in that film. Do you remember that role? Anybody? Do you remember him in Cliffhanger with Sylvester Stallone?
I never saw Cliffhanger.
I thought it was
unfortunately. A big,
no, he was really good on that role. He's just a menacing bastard in it.
Oh yeah,
really good.
That's right.
It's nice when an actor who necessarily isn't known for being an a-hole in movies can embrace.
You can
the role
say asshole
of
on my channel. It's okay.
Okay, an actor that is an asshole, when they can actually find their inner asshole and commit to being a real asshole in the film, that's always really refreshing, I think.
And don't forget, as Tiger Stripe says, Lithgow was also John Big Boutte in the movie Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah,
Big Boutte.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if anybody's seen Only the Lonely with John Candy and Maureen O'Hara, but
Maureen O'Hara. Oh, she's one of my favorites.
SCTV alumni.
She's you're thinking of Kathleen O'Hara. That's her daughter.
Oh shit. Okay.
But but
Tiger Stripe says, laugh a while you can, the monkey boy. That was one of the greatest lines in that movie.
But Maureen O'Hara made a really good point.
She was the one that went on to play the Mara in Doctor Who, right?
I don't know. But as
I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up right now.
But as I was saying, she, when Only the Lonely came out, a lot of people, it was John Candy. Everybody thought, oh, it must be a comic role. And then the critics thought, and they're like, hey, this is pretty deep. This is pretty dramatic. It's not really funny. Well, it's funny, but and Maureen O'Hara, she summed it up best, and that is that she said the thing about John Candy, was that like most dramatic actors, the biggest thing about them is, is that,
I have
because
to
he's
interrupt.
funny,
I apologize. We have
and
a bit of an emergency here, Rod.
Uh-oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brian Hepburn.
Hail,
Hello,
Brian.
Brian.
Hello.
right on.
Hey, everyone.
How's it
As
going,
you
Brian?
were.
Boy, it's getting full tonight.
Yeah, wow, man, they're really picking up.
Well,
as I
yeah,
said,
it's the Cardinal
said-
Sin channel. What did you expect?
Anyway, she said that the thing about comedians.
Oh, you're talking about
is
the
that-
actress that was in Miracle on 34th Street, right?
Yeah.
Maureen O'Hara?
That must be the
Yeah.
remake.
No,
Maureen
1920 to
O'Hara
2015.
is the
Oh, you're
redhead
talking
from
about
The
the
Quiet
original from like
Man,
1940 something?
like really old movies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great film.
think
I
so.
love that movie.
I'm talking about the gal that played the on Doctor Who, the Ronnie. That was also an O'Hara.
I'm lost.
You're on a blank.
Back in
Okay,
a
go
minute.
ahead.
I'm just going to refresh my drinky here.
All right, go for it.
Tiger Strips is telling you to
That
read
was
your
Kate O'Mara.
Kate O'Mara, that's right. And she
Yeah.
was in a lot of Hammer films and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
And isn't Kate O'Mara the same as Catherine O'Mara?
No.
Yeah,
No.
she was
Catherine-
in like the
wait.
Vampire Lovers and stuff like
yeah,
that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, yeah, here she is. Vampire Lovers. Kate O'Mara was born Frances Meredith Carroll on August 10th, 1939 in Leicestershire, England. A hard-looking brunette with high cheekbones, Kate was the daughter of actress Hazel Bainbridge and John Carroll and prodded into performing as a child. Educated at the Ida Foster School, she began an early career as a speech therapist. I obviously could use one tonight.
Tiger
At a
Strips
Sussex
really need the
girls'
wrench
school.
for Cardinal Sin.
But her attraction to acting got the best of her, and she switched gears, making her debut in a stage production of The Merchant of Venice in 1963 at age 24. She continued to appear in classical works throughout the next 2 seasons until television and series spots. ...
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm not sure that actually hooks up. She
Anyway, like I was
continued to
saying,
appear in
Maureen
classical
O'Hara
works throughout the
once
next
said
2
that-
seasons until television series spots started coming her way. Kate attracted gothic horror in Hammer studio horror films as tawdry, darkly alluring femmes in both The Horror of Frankenstein, great movie, 1970, and The Vampire Lovers, 1970, great movie. But her film load over the years would remain sporadic. She had remained focused on stage endeavors in the ensuing years and had appeared in many British television series as well as femme fatales or shady ladies. She made little leeway in America, but did appear as Joan Collins' equally bitchy sister for one season of Dynasty.
Really?
In 1986. She was also delightfully vindictive in episodes of Doctor Who, woohoo, and Absolutely Fabulous, woohoo, in England. She relished a standout role in the long-running British soap opera Crossroads. Have any of you heard of Crossroads?
Not me.
In the
Drawing a
1980s, she
blank.
founded and toured in a theater company, the British Actors Theater Company, which she had continued running into the new millennium. She had published since 2 books, When She Was Bad in 1991 and Good Time Girl in 1993. Kate O'Mara died at age 73 on March 30th, 2014, after a short illness in a nursing home in Sussex, England.
Well, if you're going to die, you got to have a short illness. That's not too bad.
That's got to be the best way to do it.
Yeah. Or
Yep.
going in
Gotta
your
be the
sleep.
best way to do it.
Going in your sleep is good too, I guess.
All right, so I had the wrong O'Mara, but hey, I made up for it by really cheering on a good O'Mara.
I remember Ab Fab. That was a great
So-
series. So I
Oh
probably
yeah,
seen her
and
in one of those.
she
But
really, when she was on Doctor Who, she dominated Doctor Who. I mean, she blew the master
wow.
right off the stage.
Well, that's good. Wouldn't be hard to do these days, I guess.
Well, not these days, but I mean, when Anthony Ainley was playing the master and he was given, good material, he was almost as good as Roger Delgado.
So that was a while ago then, you're saying.
Oh, yeah, you betcha. That was a long time ago,
What
for
season
sure.
was
Yeah,
that,
you
Gil?
betcha. Yeah.
That's like
She
ancient
was
times.
in Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy. So that
Oh,
tells
that's a
you
long
where.
time ago then. Oh, crap.
Yeah, it's 1989, 1988, and some. Oh no, there was no Doctor Who in 1988 because they went on to an 18-month hiatus. I think it was 1986, and then they stopped, and then they asked Colin Baker to come back to do a regeneration scene for Sylvester McCoy, and he was like, "I'm not going to get another season. That's it. You just want me to do a regeneration scene? Well, fuck you." And he didn't come in and do it. And so that's when they put like a little video of his face on Sylvester McCoy's head and put him
Oh,
in the
God.
same clothes as Sylvester McCoy
God.
Colin Baker wore. And then they had Sylvester McCoy sit up. But
So
actually, I
did
think
she,
the best thing that they ever did for Sylvester McCoy was in the movie, which, I mean, I heard a lot of really interesting rumors about the movie before it came out. But on ABC, they did a movie in, I think, 1996 or 1994, something like that. And it was the Paul McGann movie. And they did give Sylvester McCoy a regeneration sequence into Paul McGann. It was a horrible movie. It was a horrible story. It was poorly written, poorly acted. The whole thing was a nightmare. But at least you got a regeneration scene.
Hmm.
At least they finally gave Paul McGann one too.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they gave him one.
What, in
for
the
it was
the Big Finish?
No, it was for the anniversary. So they had a little webisode type of thing where
Where they made him
You
gay?
remember the sisterhood from the Brain of Morbius,
No,
the Tom Baker
don't.
episode?
I don't. I
Okay.
remember the episode, The Brain of Morbius, but I don't remember the sister. Oh, okay.
They were the ones
they
that had that
like really
flame
weird
of
makeup
life.
and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's on the planet with them. They force a regeneration. He regenerates into the War
But
Doctor.
how do they force the regeneration?
He takes that
Do
elixir of
they
life.
kill him?
And essentially, it forces.
Do they
a
knife him to
regeneration.
death or something?
No, I wish they did that. That would be cool.
They just said, "Regenerate, damn it."
He was like, I think he was probably dying. I can't remember off the top of my head, but he takes that elixir, he regenerates into the War Doctor, and he says, I can't. And they said, what kind of things do you want? He says, I can't be the Doctor. I have to be a warrior. And then he regenerates into the War Doctor at that point.
Is that part of the 50th anniversary regeneration?
It is.
thing?
It's kind of like that time crash that they had for Peter Davidson.
I thought that was brilliant. I love that. That was great.
They had all those little itty bitty things.
10 minutes
there.
for Red Nose Day, comic relief.
Yeah.
That was great. And especially the part where Peter Davidson says, "Oh no, you're a fan." And David Tennant looks at him and says, "Huh?"
What?
And he says, "You're part of that Linda group, aren't you?" And then you realize by that point he's talking to his father-in-law. Because Jenny, the doctor's daughter, in the episode with the fish creatures that have to have apparatus for breathing through water from their gills, which I have here somewhere actually. he like shows up in the TARDIS and he walks out and he walks right into this machine where he uses his DNA to produce a soldier. And the episode is called The Doctor's Daughter. I believe it's a Stephen Moffat episode, if I'm not mistaken. And Georgia Moffat was the actress that played the Doctor's daughter, and it happened to be Peter Davison's daughter. And David Tennant married her. So David Tennant's father-in-law is Peter Davison.
Oh, well, so as I was trying to exposit about a few minutes back, Maureen O'Hara was once quoted as saying that John Candy's a comedian, and comedians, they're very good actors because not only do they know how to make you laugh, they also know how to make you cry because the two are so very close. And that's
true.
Only
it's like
was a good peek into his dramatic self. Anyway,
it's like the old Mask, right? They have the laughing and the sad face.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Mask is like comedy and tragedy go hand in hand because they're both kind of connected. I think to be a good clown, you've got to understand the pathos of humanity.
To be a good clown, you have to understand mime.
And you got to understand sadness.
Actually, Jim Carrey is a very good actor from when I've seen him play straight roles as well. I mean, he goes from being on the absolute comedy extreme, over the top, and to being really serious and really bringing out that sadness, emotional anger, all sorts of things.
Agree.
Yeah.
I saw The Man in the Moon in the theater with my sister and my brother when he was playing Andy Kaufman. And at some point, I was so immersed into this situation, I forgot that I was watching a movie. I forgot that it was what's his name?
A biography of Andy Kaufman.
I thought I was watching Andy Kaufman. And, and when Andy Kaufman told the people around him, his loved ones, and the people that he was working with, I have cancer, I'm in stage 4 and I'm dying. They all thought that he was just pulling their leg, just like everything with the female wrestling and all that kind of stuff. And they were just like, oh yeah, whatever, Andy, okay. And then he died. And they were like, oh shit, he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
But I have to say, Jim Carrey is one of those comedic actors that can do drama and totally sell it. He's an amazing actor. I remember one of the extras on the disc from The Mask was from the special effects coordinator, and he said the things that he was able to do with his face and his mouth, he saved us $1 million on special effects.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He really is.
He is brilliant.
He's
retired from
comedic
acting.
Genius.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is he retired now?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh no,
he's retired from acting.
I think Jim Carrey's still doing the Sonic films, isn't he? He's playing Dr. Robotnik in the Sonic films, isn't he?
Well, he said he's going to retire, but I mean, like,
he may be still doing voice acting, but he's not doing dramatic acting.
He seems too young to retire. Gosh.
He does, but he's a multi-millionaire.
Well, I guess when you're that well off,
he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
You can call what you want to call.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's better to burn out than fade away, as they say.
It is better to burn out than fade away. And speaking of better to burn out than fade away, let's see here. Rod, do you think that we should play a song or two?
Sure.
I can go for that.
Sorry, guys. Just before you do that, I actually have to go. But it's
okay.
been an absolute pleasure to be on with all of you. Respect to all of you.
Right on,
It's
man.
always great to be on, and always great to see you all.
Before you do,
Uh,
can you plug your channel or anything else that you'd like to do?
Well, I mean, I don't have any content on my channel, but if you want to subscribe, go for it.
Okay.
My channel's there, and everybody also subscribe to Cardinal Sin. He's got an amazing channel, one of the
Thank
best
you,
shows
thank
on
you.
YouTube with Into the Fringe. He's a brilliant host, and
Appreciate it.
like, share, and subscribe. And also subscribe to everybody else on the panel. They're all great guys.
It's true.
Respect to you all.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
man.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mr.
Have a good
MH.
one.
See you next time, Mr. MH. And
Good to
I
see you,
just
Mr.
want to
H.
say
Mr. MH.
you are a wonderful subscriber, a great contributor to the channel, and of course to Doomcock. And it wouldn't be the same without you, my friend.
I really, really, really appreciate that, guys, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Really appreciate that, mate. Respect to you all, and I will catch you on the next stream when
All right,
I
then.
can
We'll
come
see
on.
you.
Okay.
See you guys.
Have a good one. Have a good one.
Same to all of you. Have a good one.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm going to
have a good
do
one,
my
man.
best to see if I can create some videos here. And in the
Uh-oh.
meantime, please do continue talking, whatever it is you're interested in.
I don't have much to say. I'm getting low on my drink. I'm going to have to refresh it soon.
Well, that's okay.
I'm drinking rum and eggnog. I should be putting on my freaking 3.
That's going to make you sick as a dog.
I love rum and eggnog. It's
Oh
the,
my
it's the
God,
one time
that's
of the year. December is the
disgusting.
one time of the year I indulge.
Anybody that drinks eggnog needs to have their attitude adjusted.
Oh, I love eggnog.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
grew up on the farm, and I love
Blech.
eggnog myself, man.
Blech.
I love eggnog. It's just like,
Yeah,
it's the only
totally.
time of year I drink it. So
Hey, I would
Yeah,
support
exactly.
your right to drink eggnog to the death. I just will never drink it.
Well, I didn't tell
Okay.
you to drink it, Gil.
Yeah, nobody said. Yeah,
Everybody should drink whatever the hell they want to drink. That's my
right.
book.
yeah, no, exactly.
I
Yeah.
do love a bit of rum and eggnog at Christmas time, though.
Yeah.
It's like, it's
Oh,
festive.
totally.
It's time. It's the time for the year.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean,
especially
if I was drinking it in June or something, that would be a bit weird. So
yeah. Well, yeah, but you can't find it in stores unless you make it at home. And I can't.
exactly, you'd have to like stock it up in the freezer or something.
Yeah.
I'm not quite that dedicated to eggnog, but
Nah,
for a
me
couple of
neither.
months at the end of the year, it's fun.
Yeah. So also what we were talking about with Leslie Nielsen earlier, he went to
Mhm.
school right here in Edmonton.
Really?
Cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know
Is
that.
he Canadian?
He is Canadian.
I did not know that.
Oh, he's very
Really?
Canadian.
He was
Yeah.
born actually in Regina, Saskatchewan.
Don't you know a lot of the best actors
No,
in the U.S. are
I didn't know
Canadians,
that.
Gil?
I didn't know that.
We're
Yeah, no.
infiltrating you guys, and you don't even know it.
That's okay.
that's
Canadian
right.
infiltration is kind of like, do you mind if we come in? Is all
Yeah,
right? Is all right?
We're very
Yeah.
polite.
Yeah, no, see that but his
And
picture's
one
actually
thing
on
that
the
I
wall,
saw
19
recently, somebody was talking about being Canadian, and being Canadian was mistaken. Their politeness was being mistaken for weakness,
Oh,
and
yes.
they were like, "No, we're
No.
polite, but we are not weak."
We are not weak. Look at our record in World War II when we sent our troops over
Exactly.
to Europe.
Yeah,
We were
exactly.
Yeah.
not weak. We hit the beaches,
just that.
on D-Day, and well, you know the whole story about
Of course.
Scotty, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You
He lost a finger in World War
Lost a
II,
finger, shot
and they
like,
did their
I don't
best
know,
to
a
hide it
dozen-
on Star Trek.
Shot like a
but-
dozen
but
enemies, got
There's a
shot
couple
like 4
scenes where you can
times.
see his missing finger pretty well.
Yep. Everybody knows that legendary story, I guess. But yeah, we Canadians, when you
All
push us
right
to
then.
the wall,
All
we're
right,
not
it's
wimps.
time to watch a Wayback
Yeah.
Machine
Uh-oh.
video. Let's just do it.
pretty little liar, lie to me. You don't mean it, that I can see. You don't mean it, your pretty little lies. I can see it in your face, your eyes. We're walking through the city night. I got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your lies just send me little liar, you've got me climbing the walls of desire, but I just smile when I look at you, because you know that I'm lying too. We're walking through the city night. I got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your life is send me high. Your pretty lies like fire to me. Your pretty lies, well, they set me free. Stimulating words, I wish you meant. It's all again to you, that's what you say. We're walking through the city night. I got you and feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your life is send me little liar, you've got me climbing the walls of desire, and I just smile when I look at you, 'cause you know that I'm lying too. We're walking through the city night. I got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your life is send me high. Your pretty lies are like fire to me. Your pretty lies, well, they set me free. Stimulating words, I wish you meant. It's all again to you, that's what you say.
And here's another one. This is by the same band with our second singer, Stephanie, and it is called Death Plunge.
stuff.
And there you have it. Way Back
Oh,
Machine.
yeah. Right
Love
on.
me some punk rock. Hey, I'm old enough to have lived through the 70s. My friends and I used to sneak into discos just for the beer.
Discos.
And we'd suffer through the crappy disco music, and we'd laugh at all the posers that thought they were John Travolta. Like
The poseurs.
very,
Yes.
very bad versions of John Travolta too, which was hilarious. But we were like, jean jacket. We were like a jean jacketed throwback from the 60s hippies to the 70s punks. We were kind of a combination, I guess. And yeah, we had a lot of fun though. Going to the discos then was
Now,
actually a lot
Brian
of fun.
Hepburn, tell me, how much did you enjoy my Vogue on poetry?
I really like that song, Gil. I
Really?
know you always say, "Oh, I don't know why people tell me they like that." I really like that song.
It was a good song.
Well, then I'll have to move on to
So,
Rod Donovan.
so
I
every
Rod,
every
tell me
time
how
you play
much
it,
you
I
like
like.
my Vogue on poetry. Oh, he must be off in the bathroom or something.
Creativity is creativity. It's either good or bad, right?
And I do have to extend an invitation to my brother from another mother, Mr. Andy Masterson. The link is right here in the chat.
Andy.
We would love to have you join us, even for just a little bit.
Andy.
But I understand if you're too busy, you just want to, listen. I did see Andy's great unboxing on Fet for Hire's channel with the Doomcock figure, and I have to admit I was extremely jealous.
I want one of those Doomcock figures. I
do
want
too.
one.
I'd pay like $600 for one of those.
Andy, you got to start selling those, buddy. Come on.
Well,
We want it.
here's the thing. Andy has told me, when I asked him if he would sell me one, he said, first of all, I would send all the money to Doomcock. Second
That's
of
fair.
all, I can't.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I can't just sell them to anybody because they might, make, the figure into like weird positions where he's getting reamed up the ass by somebody or whatever.
Oh, come on.
And
we true fans would not do that.
well, I think
Yeah, no,
anybody
that's right.
that's been a arch villain for 24 months or longer is probably a good bet. It's not going to be.
I've been
you
sub
know,
for
the
like 3
industry,
years to
but,
Doomcock now. Like he's
Yeah,
one of my favorite channels.
Andy Masterson, please, brother, come on. Join us just for a bit anyway.
I got the badge a couple months ago.
Yeah, the badge is cool, man.
I
The
haven't
Doomcock
joined the
badge.
channel member yet because I don't have the funds right now, but I'm
And
still a loyal
if
subber.
Andy, he said I put them up.
Put them up. Is he
I
talking
guess
about
that means
Christmas
he put
trees
the
or
figures up.
decorations or something?
I don't know. But we'd love to have you come on, Andy, Mr. Masterson. So please join us. And until he does, I'm just going to play more punk rock.
Oh,
That's
can
all
I
there is
just
to it.
interject for 1 minute before you play more?
No, go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to recommend a couple of great British Columbia punk bands. One's DOA, which
DOA.
you've probably heard of them. They're pretty famous.
I know DOA personally.
Oh, that's awesome. I love
Yeah.
DOA.
I know.
I remember
Joey,
their. Used to have
Joey's been running for political office for 10 years.
Joey S. Head. Yeah.
Joey shithead. No, you can say shithead on my channel.
Okay, shithead. I love that name. But yeah, I used to have their Disco Sucks 45 EP years ago.
Man,
And
if
it's
I pulled
like,
out my
oh,
DOA album, it would shock you.
that was the best song in the 70s. Disco sucks, disco sucks, disco
If
sucks.
I pulled out my
sucks,
DOA
shit.
album, you literally would not believe it. I have a first pressing of the original Talk minus Action equals 0 LP.
Oh, you lucky bastard.
No, I'm not lucky. I'm just good.
Oh man, you must have got it quickly. I never saw that one even in the stores. But
All right. So
one more quick one.
Okay.
You probably haven't heard of these guys. Have you ever heard of No Means No out of Victoria?
of course, I put on a No Means No show here in Lawrence.
They are awesome, and if anybody's
They were
going to start
great.
them, I'd say put their album Wrong on, because Wrong is the right one to listen to if
They
you
were
want
on
to listen.
Alternative Tentacles.
That's how I heard of them. My buddy in art school 30 years ago said you got to listen to these guys, and he played
30
Wrong, and I was
years
like, I was sold for
ago.
life. They were so good.
Speaking of 30 years ago, this is Tell Me Why with our first singer, Sean.
Awesome.
Welcome,
Love it.
welcome, Andy Masterson.
Hey, Andy. Man.
Greetings. Hello,
going?
everyone.
How are
Hey,
you?
Andy?
I am tired.
I bet.
Sounds like me. I should be putting my Christmas tree up right now. I got like a little bit of rum left, and I'm probably not even going to do the damn tree tonight.
I don't even have enough energy to put it in the
I'll
eggnog.
probably put the damn tree up next weekend. Crap.
I played Santa Claus tonight.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? That
got
sounds.
Well, I
I got
hope
tackled
you
by
were at
12
least as
kids.
good as Violent Night.
Hopefully, that was fun.
Andy,
Yeah, I
have you
got
seen Violent Night?
not yet.
Oh my
Probably,
God,
probably
you've got to
this week.
see it. It is so good.
Yeah, my son and I are probably gonna go.
So good, man.
Is that a slasher? I don't want to see slasher.
It's not a
Christmas
slasher.
movies.
No, it actually has a lot of world building. You haven't seen my
Oh.
review, my out of the theater
No, I
review
didn't even know about this
with my
film.
brother. Yeah, No, go to the Cardinal Sin channel. Check out the right out of the theater review of Violent Night.
Violent Night.
My brother
Okay.
and
Oh,
I
wow.
watched the movie together. It is hysterically funny. It's
Oh,
not for kids. It's a violent movie, but the gratuitous violence is actually necessary to the plot.
Well, I'm
okay.
taking
Well,
my
that,
kid.
that makes a difference then.
It's really, really good. It's very funny. I mean, the entire theater was uproarious with laughter.
Oh, geez, that
it
sounds
was
really
that
good.
funny.
I'll have to check it out. I'm kind of the old school guy. I like, the old Jimmy Stewart movies, His Wonderful Life, and
So you like
Christmas Story,
you like
and
you like Scream and Halloween, right?
oh yeah, that's it.
Mm.
Christmas
Are you
Story though,
joking?
and what's the other one? The one with Ernest. Ernest Saves Christmas. That's a good one. A lot of folks don't know that one,
The
but it's funny.
Halloween and Scream movies established rules for who gets killed and who doesn't. You know, the kids that have illicit sex before marriage,
Oh God.
the kids that get high or drink before they're of age.
The kids
I
doesn't
mean,
have any fun.
well, no, but I mean, they're the ones that get killed early in the movie. You know.
I never got into those movies. I'm a Christmas
No,
movie
gee, I
guy.
wonder why.
I like Christmas movies. You
So
ever seen
Andy,
Ernest Saves
what have
Christmas?
you
It's
been
really
what have you been
goofy,
working
but
on?
it's a lot of fun.
Well, I just put a video up the other day announcing the sale of Doomcock action figures.
Oh, no kidding.
So,
Mm.
if you've been an arch villain or legionnaire for 6 months or more, you are eligible to buy one.
Damn,
Woohoo!
I
I'm
have
out.
two versions. One is well, we can work on getting like special provisions made from Doomcock, like that if he puts a list out about like if he
I'm
gives
too
you
poor right now anyway.
a thumbs up.
Oh,
It's
you
like,
you know I'm at the top of
Maybe a couple months from now I might be able to afford it.
well, I did two versions. I did the deluxe
one
version.
with
It's
the
got the
red
metal
and one
rivets,
with the purple.
Ooh.
and well, no, like Doomcock's got the only red one because like that.
Oh,
But all of his videos, it looks purple. So the purple is like what I'm putting out there. But the other ones, instead of like the one has the deluxe version has all of the 125 meticulously hand placed metal rivets, which make me want to kill myself.
oh my God!
Wow.
I can't even imagine.
Andy,
other-
you're a dedicated man.
$600 each.
I bow down to you, Andy.
No,
I'm not
those
worthy.
those are going for $235. But
Well,
there's
should
a
be.
$235,000 each.
but there's
That
a
sounds
budget
reasonable.
version which instead of the metal rivets, they're the reflective silver vinyl, and that's 130. So that's that's 100. That's
I have
$105
to
cheaper.
say, I think personally, I'm going to go for the $235 version.
I had no doubt.
I'll have to save up and get the deluxe version. Yeah, for sure.
But I just got
Sounds
some
like it's
supplies
worth it.
in. I just got some supplies in, so they will.
Well, Andy, sign me right up, please.
You got it, brother.
Andy, you are a hero. Put me on your list for maybe 2 or 3 months from now.
Well,
when I actually have
totally.
some money to spend.
my compatriot Gary Ambrosia has contributed to the participation in the production of a Harvey figure.
Oh my
be
God.
Debuting very, very soon, probably about January, and that will we'll put that on the list to go after with it. So
Oh my
there will be-
God.
and then we're going to be doing.
Wow.
I just picked up today a bunch of these snow globe things for the Skull of Calderon. Nice, Rod. The Skull of Calderon, and we are also working on a bunch of other characters that that Doomcock will be unveiling, like the action figures of. Maybe a certain Yiddish comedian with a penchant for blood drinking.
Are you talking about Jackie Gleason?
Well, I was thinking more about Larry Dracula.
Larry Dracula.
And we're looking into the design for the Magma Men and the Lizard People too. So we're looking to do a whole line of Xanadu citizens. I
Jeez,
guess
Larry,
you call them
you got an
Residents?
Yes, residents.
ambitious program planned out there.
I don't know if they're
awesome, man.
citizens, but I do want to share with everybody something that I feel very special about, and this is something that that Gary Ambrosia sent me.
Is that a floor mop or something?
No, but I'll give everybody one guess as to what it is.
It's a door handle
The
thingy.
door knocker.
But to what?
Oh, to the other side.
It's on one of those the movies. I can't.
To the side of mystery. To the side of the unknown. Okay, I give up.
Andy?
I'm not sure.
This is the actual handle from the Disneyland Haunted Mansion.
Whoa.
You gotta be
Excellent.
kidding.
I'm not kidding.
Holy
And I got
moly.
this from
Wow.
Mr. Ambrosia because I supported the bunny rescue, the Rabbit Trail Bunny Rescue
Wow.
at a certain level. And
Yeah,
it's
Gary
the only
does
one.
have some serious
This is
connections.
actually the one that was on the Haunted Mansion. This is not a repro. This is not any kind of recreation. This is the one that they had on there. And when I asked him about it, he said, the stuff at Disney Studios, a lot of it went missing.
Well, Gary
And
does have some
hail
good
to
contacts.
Susan Dolan.
Hey, Susan. Hello.
Hi, Susan. Oh yeah. I've
That's awesome.
I'm privy to some Gary stories.
Gary has some really good contacts, though. He
I
really
bet
does
you
have
are.
some really great stuff.
Yeah, we had a great time out there back in September.
I was so jealous, Andy, when I messaged you and you were like, "Can you keep a secret?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then you shot me a photo of you and Gary Ambrosia and crew having dinner together in California. I was like, "Wait a minute, you're supposed to be in New Jersey."
Yeah, that was fun. It was a lot of work. We did a lot of work.
Oh, I bet.
But, yeah, it was a great time, and there's going to be more of that coming up. We have some collaborations coming in mind. The stuff you're seeing now is like it's just the beginning. There's going to be such an explosion of original content, expanding the Xanadu universe.
I can't wait.
It's going to make people's heads spin.
Well, I guarantee mine will spin because mine's already, like 360 degrees.
Well, I'm doing my part with opening up the world of collecting for Doomcock's World. So this is he's going to have obviously limited runs because it's just me.
I don't care. Money is no object. I want to be next in line for a Doomcock figure.
You got it, brother. Yeah,
$600, $1,600, $2,600. Money is no object.
I sent one to Fet for Hire today.
I saw that. That was a really cool unboxing.
All of the work he's done for me with my intro, my videos, and my outros, and all that stuff.
He's done like thumbnails for me. He's done turnaround work for me within hours. I mean, the guy is an incredible artist. He's just incredibly, amazingly amazing. I
said to him, consider it like God giving you a thank you, working through me. It's for everything he's so selflessly done for everyone. He deserved something special, and he even got the Doomcock banner that I used in my video when I put the figures up for sale.
Yeah, that was really cool. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive. I am currently resculpting the head sculpt. I'm redoing the helmet. Doomcock was kind enough to share with me some high res pictures so that I can get a more accurate sculpt. So that'll be coming very soon.
Because it kind of looked like this.
Yeah, mine isn't bad. There's just a couple inaccuracies on it. The nose is a little too big, and I think I can do better. My first attempt was trying to get my son to do a 3D model of it, but it wasn't coming out too well. So I'm just gonna do it old school.
Stay angry.
Thanks.
But yeah, that's my that's my news. So
Cool.
I sent one out.
We do have a question for you from the chat.
Shoot.
Susan Dolan says, at Andy Masterson, if you're going to do all the denizens of Xanadu, please don't forget about my gargantuan. He's the biggest of my attack owls and rough and ready my cyberized bobcats. Does that make any sense to you?
Oh yeah, well that's part of the Harvey defense system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like there's like so people think that this is some kind of like
some kind of joke.
Go ahead. You there? Hello?
Hello?
You were saying?
Oh, so when you get on Doomcock's radar, you're there minding your own business, and all of a sudden you hear this strange sound. Then tunneling through your basement are these giant robots that like grab a hold of you and like put you on this express elevator to Xanadu, where you're given a tour and some very mafioso-like introductions to things.
And you have to make a decision.
Yeah, you get an offer you can't refuse. But surrounding Harvey's containment field are a series of video screens to distract him with flashing breasts, and then of course you've got like the screech owls, the attack owls that go there, and you also have the inverse phasing projectors that go there. Of course, like you're threatened with penalty of death by giant robots, but if you reveal any of this, so it's why you can't have any video.
That's why you have to reverse the neutron flow.
Yeah, because people would try to send their own little drones down there to hit the button because like people like Nicholas Horton are just insane and want to like destroy the world. But yes, so there's lots of things, lots of video cameras up there to distract Harvey with like lovely breasts. So we can thank all of our safety to the ladies out there that are so selflessly.
Andy, I have to say, there's been all this fuss made about Harvey's daughters or children. Do elder gods even have a reproductive system at all?
Well, I'm not sure, Gil, but Maury Povich hasn't said much lately. But there's been talk. And Gary's got some little specimens floating around in little nursery jars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they came from somewhere. They're a little tentacle-like. So
I'm just not sure if Harvey even has a esophageal tract, much less a. Well, okay, I guess you answered that question for us. Yeah. Oh, what happened to your index finger?
Oh, I split open. I was it's wintertime. I'm working with a lot of clay, a lot of solvents, and my
You
skin
didn't
gets
get
dry.
kicked in the finger by a student?
No, but I was hitting the bag, and I punched the bag, and it split right open and started bleeding. So I figured,
oh my goodness!
Let me. I was about to go to bed in a few minutes, so I was, because I got to be up in like 5 hours to teach classes. But
what now or then?
What's that?
Now or then?
Oh, I have like let's see. It's 3 o'clock here, so I'll have a class in 6 hours.
Oh gosh!
So yeah, my fingers started bleeding all over the place. So I figured I'd put this little thing on so it heals a little bit up overnight. So
that's good.
Yeah, between tonight with sculpting various projects, playing Santa Claus, coming back and making some soft goods, some outfits, and things like that for different figures. Yeah, it's been a long day.
Can I just say, Andy, I am so blown away by the art that you've done on the Car Wars cars that I sent you.
Oh, there's something special coming in that box too.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. The stuff that you showed me photos of is, and I have to explain to the people at home that I'm putting together a role playing game that sort of takes place in the Mad Max Road Warrior universe, Auto Duel, Car Wars, etc. And I'm drawing from all these disparate sources to make this game called Holocaust 2050, because one of my best friends mentioned, I miss Brian and I miss playing Holocaust 2000. And Brian was our best friend, and he died in 1998. And he was an incredibly creative individual, and he wrote a fantasy role-playing game called Holocaust 2000. And it was a role-playing game that took place sort of after the year 2000. This was back in like 1985. And he was incredibly creative, and he had all these like barter tables where, one cigarette would equal X amount, and one shotgun shell would, blah blah blah, and he ran all these incredibly creative campaigns. But he died, when he was 30 years old. And so my friend said, I miss Brian, I miss playing Holocaust 2000. And I said, I can fix that. So I've been researching and putting together Holocaust 2050, and I've been using Car Wars and Auto Duel, GURPS, Auto Duel, the Fallout fantasy role-playing game. I just found out that the people that made the Fallout role-playing game have a Mad Max role-playing game. So I'm using all these disparate sources, but it's all pretty much based on Car Wars and the role-playing game of Auto Duel, GURPS, the generic universal role-playing system, where everything is done with 3 6-sided dice, 3d6. Everything is 3d6. And I sent these. I think they're probably 3D printed gray cars to.
I don't
to
think they're
Andy.
3D printed. I think they are injection molded.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so. Because
But
there's
I sent them to Andy, and I was like, I've got tremor really bad. I mean, you might not be able to see it from here, but I mean, sometimes it's like this, and I can't paint miniatures to save my fucking life. And so I sent these to Andy. I sent him a little bit of money. Yeah, not a lot, a little bit of money. And he sent me these photographs of these cars that he's painted, and they're fucking amazing. And Andy, I just have to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. It's gonna make this role playing experience so much better than I could ever have done myself. Thank you, my brother.
I had no idea about the backstory, but you were asking me, so it was done. So it's just I would make time for it. I have I think I got 11 left to do out of the 19. I'm working on like some different ideas and things like that are going in there with the whole Mad Max theme kind of thing.
Cool, man. Knock yourself out,
Have some fun with that. Some metallics and stuff like that are getting in there. But it's like, and I got to tell you, it's a nice break to do something a little bit different.
Oh, good.
Than just all the tedious sculpting and things like that I do.
Were you able to use the weird little paints that I sent you?
Oh yeah, I've incorporated that in most of them. Like
cool.
Some of them it's prominent things. Some of it's just sort of like accents and whatnot. But I'm definitely incorporating a lot of that into it.
Great. Well,
but I went over to my hobby store and I picked up some supplies, because I figured there needs to be something else that goes along with this. So I grabbed some of that stuff, and I'm going to put that together to send back to you.
Well, that's great. You're a great friend, and you're an amazing artist. And for me to be able to incorporate your painting into my role playing, game mastering experience is just out of control fun. And I thank you so much.
Well, to be able to contribute to something like that, that just means the world to me, Gil. Like that's anybody who knows me knows I didn't get into this to be, I don't know, cashing in on things. I like to make people happy. And what you're doing there to honor your friend and do all that stuff, it's like, and to get people involved in something that's a little bit more hands-on, man, that's such a great reward. To be able to be part of that is tremendous. So
Yeah,
thank you for
and I
giving
know
me
that
that.
if Brian were here, he would be just completely overjoyed that you were continuing his legacy and helping me to continue his legacy. And we've got 4 players that have already signed on, and they're just good close friends. It's not going to be some kind of a huge, role-playing game, thing. It's not like I'm going to publish it or anything. It's just going to be, between, me and people that Brian knew very well.
Can I say one thing
No,
to Andy
you can't.
before he leaves?
No, you can't.
Okay, I won't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I've been told I should not talk so much from another person on the stream today, even though she was very, very lovely, and she told me, just don't talk quite so much. I love you, but just don't talk quite so much.
But just shut up. I love you,
Yeah.
but shut up.
Yeah, exactly. She was cool. Anyway, I just want to say, Andy, you're awesome. We
Thank you.
all love you. We
We do. We
appreciate
do all
the
love you.
hard work you do making
Yeah,
all
totally, man.
those cool figures. And I will buy a Doomcock figure one of these days, maybe sometime next year in 3 or 4
Not
months.
before
when
I
can
do.
actually afford it.
Me too.
But
Well,
I definitely want one.
I don't plan on stopping, and it's a slow process. It's it takes a while to get these things done because it's just me, and I don't have any little robot minions to
You don't
do
have
some of
the
the work.
huge assistant in the you don't have the Christmas elves.
Yeah.
I think
Anyway,
Andy is the
Andy, I
Christmas
just wanted to
elf.
let you know I will buy a Doomcock figure one of these months, but it's going to probably be a while because money's tight at this time of year. So.
Believe me, I completely understand. It is I've been ordering things piecemeal, like getting some stuff in, trying to get a backlog of things together. I picked up a bunch of fabric and I started cutting out like everything I need for the Doomcock figures.
I have to say, Andy, the flag that you included for Fet for Hire was fucking amazing, man. I was spooging my jeans. Seriously.
You gotta check out my video. You gotta check out the video of the little diorama base that I built to film it in. And it came out pretty good.
Is that on the Laboratory of Mayhem channel?
Correct. Yes.
Can you tell us where we can find that?
Gil can probably put a link into it.
Yeah, because I'm technologically illiterate.
Go for it.
I'm like I'm not good at any of that crap, like with linking and
just
figuring out.
Put the link in the private chat, and I'll put it into the public chat.
Okay, let me pull this up here.
Because I thought Fet for Hire's unboxing was amazing.
Yeah,
I told him that I was going to.
As the Bodhisattva kid says, OG for sure.
Oh man.
Let's see.
And hail Carla Burton. Hey guys, I went back to see how long this is. 3 hours.
Wow.
No, we do tend to go long.
Evidently, she's never seen a Midnight to Midnight before.
Well, this is technically still your unboxing video.
Well, yeah,
That's
technically,
right.
but
Gil's not even here. He's not being silent. He's having a drink, I think. Refreshing himself.
There you go,
I've
Gills, in
noticed
the private chat.
this last
There we
weekend, the
go.
last couple of days, everybody I've gone on are doing like 4 hours. Seems like it's a 4 hour thing lately.
Yeah, the last live stream that I did, I surprised Micah Hanks with with 3 of the biggest, most important UFO investigators of all time.
Well, that's
So
good.
there's the link for Andy Masterson's channel,
Okay.
and please subscribe to Andy Masterson. Please subscribe to the Laboratory of Mayhem, and don't you also have a Kung Fu channel?
Yeah, that would be. Let's see here.
Krampus Jiba says Don Ecker is cool. He said cool. It's a feckin' awesome live stream. I have to admit, it was pretty special. It was pretty special. It's also rather expensive, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, we always do intend to have a nice live stream. So.
It was a 4-hour stream, and it was worth every penny.
Damn. I was on Jill's day before her birthday trying live stream on Friday, and I think she went 4 hours too.
Yeah.
There's only 4-hour streams going lately, man.
You know, the 4-hour streams are sometimes some of the best.
Oh, it's great.
You just gotta figure out when you're gonna,
Oh, it was great fun.
which one you're gonna do.
I had great fun being on Jill's 4-hour stream yesterday because I was on the panel, and
So
we
here's
yacked and yacked.
this
said
is
all kinds of
Andy
crazy
Masterson's
shit.
Tai Chi and Kung Fu channel. So please subscribe to that. It's a great channel, and it's helped me out a great deal. I have neurological back problems. I'm a chronic pain patient, and if it weren't for Andy, I'd probably be in the hospital.
Wow.
That's how good it is.
You got any suggestions, Gil? Like I'm usually
Yeah, watch this channel. Go to this fucking link. That's my advice. Go to this fucking link.
I'm thinking for back pain though, I'm good at home, but when I go to work and sit in my chair, I get back pain. It's really weird.
Well,
right?
don't sit in your chair all the time. Get up, move around, as much as you can.
Well, all right.
know-
Let me interject here. PvP. There's a guy on YouTube named Dr. Eric Goodman. He's a chiropractic doctor. So
is he related to Saul Goodman?
I don't know. Pretty big guy, but he he works out a lot. He's got some back issues and stuff himself. So I've been involved in martial arts since like 1985, and I've done everything from kickboxing, boxing, catch wrestling, several different styles of Chinese martial arts. But back about like six or 7 years ago, I decided like, hey, this obstacle course race that's coming up, that's a local thing, looks like a lot of fun. And I was just about to turn 50 years old. I'm like, yeah, I can do this. Like my wife was always yelling at me like, why can't I just walk upstairs like a normal person? And I was like, because I can climb up the side and that's more fun. And so I figured I could do all this stuff, and my first outing, I really sucked balls on it. So I'm like, all right, well, I can't do that. So I jumped back into the gym and I started lifting again, and I started getting all these pains and things like that I didn't have before. And I'm like, all right, there might be something to this age thing, like, now. Right. So I started just pushing through it and squatting. And so I got myself back up to 315, and I started getting all this sciatic pain. So a buddy of mine sends me this video of this Dr. Eric Goodman. who specializes in this thing he calls foundation training, and it's basically it addresses something that is crucial to everyone living in like a first world country, because like we don't use the posterior chain of our body,
Right.
and you have to engage this. They are the most powerful muscles in your body, and this is one of the things it factors into. Like when you see like MMA is a huge thing right now, and they say like traditional martial arts don't work, but what I found is the biggest issue that they don't. The reason why they seem ineffective is because people are not using their bodies anywhere near the way they did when these things were created. Back then, you didn't have big fat soles on your shoes. You didn't have chairs everywhere. You were doing much more physical labor, and all
people
these
were
things.
skinnier.
That too. That was another factor. But
There
like
weren't as
you,
many morbidly obese people.
well, yeah, and that has a lot to do with diet. Like that's kind of like one of the things.
I'm a vegan and I'm still 100 pounds overweight.
Well, a lot of that is like like there's a lot of stuff that's
Pre-prepared foods.
right that's in our food right now that is very, very bad for us. And like this is my objection to trust the science, because the science always changes, and the government comes
Well,
along and tells you.
Andy, you realize that that's part of science, right?
Yes, exactly, but
It has
pe-
to change to be
right,
science.
but people like to think that it's like, oh, it's settled. It's never settled.
No,
And when you get into
it's never settled. Come
but
on.
people like to take the easy way out. Just tell me what I have to do. Give me the pill. And they like to do it that way instead of actually doing some research
Okay,
and
wait.
trying different
Hang
things.
on. We have a question from Krampus Jeebus.
Uh-oh.
Martial arts can only do so much. A bigger person will always have the advantage. Can you tell us why jiu-jitsu proves him wrong?
Well, okay, so
How a smaller person can use a larger person's weight against them?
he is absolutely correct that a larger person will always have the advantage, especially if
Except if they're slower.
yes, if you have two people of equal skill, especially in an external fighting system, the larger, more powerful person will win. Now, there's a lot. The internal systems are widely misunderstood. They seem to be things like like you see like someone just entered into like an idea of Wing Chun. I've practiced Wing Chun, like a couple different styles of Wing Chun since 1985. And I would frequently spar with my brother Ed. Now I'm 5'10" and 200 pounds.
Whoa, 5'10" and 200 pounds. Wow.
I bench press right now. I work out with about 225. I squat about 315, and I'm 55 years old.
So is that with chi or without chi?
Okay. Chi's a thing, but it's not. It's you don't turn on your light bulb and think that you're going to create a shield out of it and stuff like that. It doesn't work like that. Chi is best described as like a bioelectricity and electromagnetic field.
Right.
There are things that you notice with it.
Just to clarify, there was a martial arts teacher at my high school that could lift 250 pounds bench press, and he could lift 500 pounds with chi.
Okay, so personally, I've never seen anything that makes me feel like anything is like telekinetic. Okay, however, it goes in conjunction with like the things that I'm talking about with the posterior chain of the body, tying the body in together, and most importantly, spiraling force. Anybody who's ever tried to hold something together with their hands or put it together with a vice grip and hold it, everybody acknowledges that the vice grip is more powerful. So when you look at spiraling force. And this is part of the problem that like a lot of Wing Chun practitioners have, is because 90% of the Wing Chun in the world goes right back to Ip Man. And it's when you ask the question, how good was Ip Man? Of course, it's like walking into a Catholic church and asking, like, can you explain to me why Jesus wasn't gay? It's like, you know, you're going to get attacked, right?
Sure.
Because you shouldn't ask that question. Well, you know, the guy, what we know about him is he he trained diligently with several really renowned teachers in his youth, but then he became a policeman. He was married with a couple kids. He was part of the Nationalist Party in China. So when
Are
the
we
communists
talking
took
about
over,
Ip Man?
yes, when the communists took over, he had to get the hell out of Dodge because
Right.
like there was a price on your head, and you know, and
So
now
he was
certainly
with Chiang Kai-shek.
correct. It was like, well, anybody who was like associated with the Nationalist Party, and he was a policeman, and the Nationalists were in charge. So chances are he probably sided with the Nationalist Party because it was probably expedient for his career. But then in '49,
let me ask you this real quick before you continue, and I apologize. I'll just forget if I don't. Have you seen the Ip Man movies?
yes,
Are they realistic?
no, they're highly
Okay.
fictionalized.
All right.
His life was nothing like that. He, you know, from all accounts, he pretty much led a pretty normal life up until 1950 or 1949 when he moved to Hong Kong. Now, he's 56 years old at the time. Who's going to hire a 56-year-old policeman? So he started teaching Wing Chun there. And then he
But it is true that he took a very young Bruce Lee on as a student eventually.
Well, Bruce Lee was, from different accounts, either 13 or 15 years old when he first started training with him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a huge Bruce Lee fan. I love Bruce
me
Lee.
too.
He's the reason I got into martial arts. But there's, at this point, it's the waters are so muddied that you can't get an accurate.
It's hard to parse everything out.
Well, because everybody has a log in the fire about whether they want to bash Bruce Lee or praise him. And it all comes back to money. It's like, you know, if you look at like, so
nobody's interested in the truth. Is what you're saying.
Well, the truth
they're only
is
interested in their version of the truth.
The truth is elusive.
Not the capital T truth.
Well, there was the best example I can go off of is Joe Louis. Joe Louis was a full contact karate champion back in the 70s.
Who could have beat the shit out of Chuck Norris?
Well, they actually fought twice. Joe Louis won one and Chuck Norris won one.
Oh, okay.
And back then they actually Chuck Norris also he was one of the first guys. He trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under the Gracies back.
I didn't know
80s.
that.
Oh yeah. He was also.
Is that like the capoeira?
No. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is like UFC kind of stuff. That's usually what they do,
isn't it?
It's got nothing to do with capoeira.
No, it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's Jiu-Jitsu.
I thought Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was capoeira.
No. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is more. It's a little bit different than like Japanese Jiu-Jitsu.
Capoeira is more of a almost a dance fighting type of disguised fighting. Really, it was actually created as a form of kind of against the regime, and they
my understanding is that capoeira
right in the street.
My understanding is that capoeira was used by slaves, and that they in Brazil that they used it as a form of dance to do their kata without their weapons, so that the slave masters wouldn't see them using any weapons. They would just see them dancing around, and then when they used their weapons, that's how they got out of being slaves.
Well, that's that's a different topic there. Like that, when we talk about African slavery, only 15% of the slaves ever went to the United States. The vast majority went to Brazil. And so you
I
had a
didn't
lot
know
more.
that.
Yeah, you had a lot more people down there. Now, like Krampus Jeebus put in there that it's ground fighting. Now, in Chinese martial arts, China is the oldest existing
empire in the world.
well, it's the oldest existing civilization. There
Yeah.
are civilizations that were older, but they were destroyed and kind of like swept away. China has been continuous. Now, the dating of it is a little bit subject to some scrutiny, but archaeology is kind of catching up with some differences in there.
Right.
But in traditional Chinese martial arts, like you always had, this idea of mixed martial arts is new because what we actually did was we unmixed them, and then now we're trying to put them back together. So you have categories. So you have like kicking movements, striking movements, trapping, entangling movements, and then you also
So,
have
Andy, is what you're trying to say that Bruce Lee's theory of absorb what is useful and throw the rest away is
Reject what is
completely
useless.
180 degrees wrong?
well, no, but if you're going to do that, make sure you study something to completion.
Right.
It's kind of like taking one sip
Just
of
like
something and saying,
Picasso had to study real painting first before he
right.
made it abstract.
Yeah, it's like, and this is part of the problem with it. Like, so when we look at archaeologically, we know that China pre-exists Korea by about 800 years and Japan by about 1,000 years as a civilization. In the 600s, like one of the earliest forms of Korean martial arts is Tang Soo Do, which refers directly back to the Tang Dynasty in China. And what happened back then was the Tang were part of the Li family, who were related to Lao Tzu, who was the founder of Taoism. So what they
Did
were,
you say Lao Tzu?
yes, Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu. It's like there's different
Okay.
pronunciations to the name. He wrote the Tao Te Ching.
The art of war.
No, that's Sun Tzu. That's a little bit different.
Sun Tzu, sorry.
Yes. So now you have in about 600, when under the founding of the Tang Dynasty, the emperor sent Taoist manuscripts to Korea. Back then it was Goguryeo, and they loved this so much that when they got to the Joseon period, they incorporated. That was the first time they incorporated the red and blue yin and yang onto their flag. So, like they embraced this concept of Taoism. In fact, if you look at Taekyon, the precursor to Taekwondo and Tang Soo Do, it looks a lot like Tai Chi movements with high kicking techniques thrown in. So this concept is in there. Now, Taoist ideas, the Taoists were your original physicians. They were the ones, for example, back in during about 1600 BC, the Taoists in China were incorporating lead into their arrow tips because they knew it was poison. The Romans were pumping drinking water through it. So they were kind of up on a lot. This is where you have acupuncture. Now, acupuncture goes back, we have written documentation that goes back to about 250 to 300 BC. But in tombs in the Shang Dynasty, there are needles in there that are forged out of bone and stone that look just like acupuncture needles, but because there's no bibliography about anything that says like we used it for this, they just say, look, isn't it interesting that we found these needles, but they can't really prove that that's what they were used for.
And they're not going against the grain because there isn't any grain.
Right. So now back then, like there's a lot of these Chinese martial arts that are completely misunderstood. If you've had a grappling background, you understand like a lot of these movements they see that look all flowery and stuff that like there was this fight science show like years ago that they said, like, Chinese martial arts do these flowery hand techniques to confuse their opponent. And like in 2,000 years of development, the best they can come up with is like, "Ooh, look here, while I kick you in the nuts." It's like, no, there's something you're missing there, and it all comes down to this grappling idea. So when I first started training with my my Tai Chi master, now this lineage comes from a guy, Chen Shen. He was the dean of martial arts instruction at Nanjing University back in the 20s. And when he was young, he went around China challenging people to fights, and which doesn't continue unless you win a few. If you lose your first few, you're probably going to go back home and like mind your own business. But he became pretty renowned going around to these different places until he met up with this guy, Zhou Qing Chang. Now, Master Zhou was probably in his 60s at the time when Chen Shen met him, and he said, like, I want to challenge you, like, to see how good you are. Master Zhou's like, walks away from him. Shows up the next day, like, I want to fight you, like, nothing like that. And so eventually, Master Zhou puts down his bag. All right, you want to, like, and 3 seconds later, he's on the ground, and Chen Sheng's like, please teach me this. And he's like, no, and walks away. So he wakes up the next morning, and Chen Shen's on his doorstep, like, asking him to teach this. Goes on for several weeks. And so he finally accepts him as a student because he saw the guy had potential. And this is the problem that you get, is like the misconception about like the proliferation of bad martial arts out there. Like, you got guys like Joe Rogan that call a lot of this stuff bullshit martial arts because a lot of what they see isn't put out there correctly. And a lot of it ties back to what this guy, Dr. Eric Goodman's talking about, is people aren't using the strongest parts of their body when they do anything, much less fighting. I've incorporated this into all kinds of different martial arts techniques with different styles, because I got guys that train with me that have been doing, like, I got a guy that's done Taekwondo and Hapkido for 35 years. He actually ran a couple schools and things like. But you start to look at it, the circular and spiraling patterns that are in there, but it's the context with which they're used. So that's some of the problem with it. Now, when you see, like, when I first started training in Wing Chun, my teacher was studying under Moy Yat, who was a direct student of Ip Man. And
so it skipped Bruce Lee entirely.
well, we actually had a seminar with this guy, and well, you got to understand what happened. When there's a book, a very, very, very thick book written by these two guys, Emil Farkas and John Corcoran. It was published in 1986. It's called The Encyclopedia of Martial Arts. And it's about this fat. It's about like 2.5 inches fat. It's got history, people, and traditions on it. And according to the research they did, back in 1972, there were 150 karate schools in the United States. In 1974, a year after Bruce Lee died...
I'm sorry, did you say 52 or 72?
150 in 1974 or 1972.
72.
In 1972, there were 150 karate schools in this country. After Enter the Dragon came out a year later, there were 1.5 million. That was the explosion that Bruce Lee caused.
Wow, that's a little bit of an increase.
Yeah. Now, everybody wanted to be Bruce Lee. And they were like, well, where did Bruce Lee train? He trained with Ip Man. Where's Ip Man? Oh, he died. Oh. So if you could prove you were a student of Ip Man, you had a golden lottery ticket. You had people lining up at your door. If you look at
you were the unbelievable Sifu.
Yeah, and there's the problem with a lot of the Wing Chun practitioners in around is they all hate each other's guts. because it's kind of tied to money. It's
So,
like,
Andy, is it realistic in Ip Man 2 when Ip Man goes around to all the other Sifus and says, Master So and Master Blah, Master X and Master Y, and they want to. I think the whole thing was actually choreographed by Sammo Hung,
Yeah.
and Sammo Hung starred in
Right.
Ip Man 2. Is it true or correct that Ip Man had to face each of them and defeat each of them, or is that just a construct?
Well, it's a little bit of both. The whole death contract thing, like you would sign these death waivers back then, like that would absolve anybody of any kind of wrongdoing or anything if you died. There was a
Right.
lot of that, but you have to understand that, like in China, the practice of martial arts was always like, it was considered like low class. It was like if you had to make money fighting, you didn't really, you weren't a classy kind of person.
Now, Andy, is that because the people that were practicing martial arts were using garden implements and hoes and that kind of thing?
No, in China,
No.
in China, everything was like they had like legitimate weapons. The weapons you see in places like Okinawa,
So
like,
what I was talking about was Japanese.
well, no, the Japanese focused on four major weapons. Okay, so of course we know the katana, the spear, the longbow, and the naginata, or like the halberd. That was basically the major weapons that were used in Japan. They were of course exclusive to the samurai class.
Right.
Now you have to, like, Japan didn't like become a nation until about 900 AD.
Yeah,
The
they were
Japanese,
feudal for thousands of years.
well, the Japanese, like they pick up on things very, very quickly and adapt them into like their own kind of thing.
Right.
Um,
Like
but
the Budokan.
well, there's a lot of what you see in, like, China started all this stuff. And back then, like, you have to see like what China was. China wasn't always what it's become. The main focus was in the Yellow River Valley, but then they started to branch out, and a lot of this happened with the advent of Buddhism. There are a lot of philosophies that have that were brought to life in China. You have Taoism, you have Moism, you have Confucianism. Confucius is basically kind of like, everybody should just accept where you're at in life and do the best job you can. And if that happens, everybody will be fine. But it doesn't factor in like the desire for human growth. It doesn't just, factor in for like a desire to be better. Moism is more of a meritocracy, and Taoism is kind of accepting life as it is and trying like to work your way through, like, all right, I don't have any expectations. This is what I have to work with. This is where I'm going to take it. Now, when you look at Chinese martial arts back then, early on, a lot of this stuff, like a lot of the training, would happen through military service, because there was always some kind of military conflict going on, and you would be drafted into it. If you're an able-bodied man, you were like, and there were these different practices and things that came along with it. Now,
So are you saying that it sort of depended on where you lived?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then, like, we get the Shaolin Monastery is given a lot of credit, like, for propagating a lot of this stuff, but the Shaolin Monastery wasn't established until 475 AD, and the first Taoist monastery was established back in 25 AD. Now, the Taoists were the ones that, like, this kind of all stems from the I Ching. The I Ching is one of the most ancient texts that we have in existence in the world.
Sure.
And it's basically used as divination and things like that. But this is where you get your concept of yin and yang.
Yeah.
Which they say goes back much further to about like 2500 BC with Fuji and his sister Nua, who survived the Great Flood.
Do you deny that? Do you think that it didn't go back that far?
Oh, I believe that there are a lot of stories that go back. Like China has a flood story as well.
Sure.
And you kind of see this stuff like with guys like Graham Hancock and
everybody's got a flood myth.
right, but the two survivors of the flood were Fuji and Nua, which sounds a lot like Noah.
Mm-hmm.
So chances are a lot of this stuff is probably like, and as I was watching that show, Ancient Apocalypse, which of course is a little bit dramatized and whatnot, but
I thought it was very compelling.
I think they got like they made some good arguments, at least for the sake of like, you need to look into this further.
I mean,
but,
I didn't learn anything because I'd already read Graham Hancock's books and I'd already seen him on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Right. Now, in China has like one god they refer to as Di or Huang Di, and he's basically an absentee father. Your ancestors can kind of like encourage him to intercede
kind of like
on your behalf.
Quetzalcoatl, right?
Right, but China had this history of remarkable humans that imparted these things of knowledge to them. Like you had Shenong, who was in charge of like medicine and agriculture. You had the Yellow
gifts
Emperor
of civilization.
Yeah, the Yellow Emperor, who did military, martial arts, and things like that, an organization. But they had these human beings that they attributed these things to. Now, that's where you get your concept of yin and yang. Binary system, like it's, give and take, push and pull, all these things.
I see.
The funny thing is that, like, that all martial arts styles utilize this to some extent. It just gets to a point where it's like, well, it can't work in that level, but it works up to here. And that's where you run into problems with like the misunderstanding of the internal styles. The internal systems aren't that you're like you're creating mystical energy that's going to like do the job for you. You're actually using very small muscular rotation to cause this corkscrew and spiraling effect that gives you more power. Like I had a guy I was demonstrating this not too long ago. I had a guy laying on top of me with my hands pinned on the ground behind me up like this. He's 275 pounds with all of his weight pressed on me. But by hollowing your chest and rotating the bones in your forearm, he lifts right up. This is the concept that all that stuff is based on. Like, it's physics. It's just body mechanics and physics. But most people don't look at it that deeply, and a lot of this stuff was lost. A lot of this internal connection was lost to it. And when you see like what happened during the periods of there were about since 1640 in China, after they lost the first Opium War, China was at a period of becoming second-class citizens. So when they got to this point in
they actually touch on that in the Ip Man movies.
Exactly, and that was part. And when you see Fist of Fury, why am I missing his name?
Bruce Lee movie.
Yeah, but the teacher there,
Bolo
Hao
Young.
Yu Chen, like he was restoring some honor back to the Chinese people. And that was one of the things that was very important, because they were living in their own country as second-class citizens. And this is back in the 1920s. And of course, like you had the movie Fearless with Jet Li that talked about his life. Again, it's a little bit dramatized and whatnot, but like
Jet Li is amazing.
Jet Li is was incredibly fast. I would say that Jet Li is probably every bit as fast, if not maybe a little bit faster than Bruce Lee ever was. And a tremendous machine of but this guy trained in stuff from he actually met Richard Nixon back in the 70s, and Richard Nixon, yes, Richard, he was just a small boy, and Richard Nixon asked him if he would come and be a bodyguard for him. Of course, Jet Li's response was conditioning, I could never just defend one person. My duty is to defend all the people of China. It's so
wow.
Yeah, it's indoctrinated in at a very young age. Now,
by the Chinese Communist Party.
Now, Bruce Lee trained with Ip Man for...
Bruce Lee was an American citizen.
Yeah, well, he was born in San Francisco, as his family, his parents were actors, and they were touring with the
Chinese opera company. Yeah.
Now, but he trained with Ip Man for 5 years. Now, Bruce Lee was in an interesting position. Now, when you take Joe Lewis's accounts from this, about how good of a fighter he was, and Joe Louis was the only of the prominent martial artists back in the 60s that recognized Bruce Lee as his teacher. So he actually trained under him. But he said that Bruce Lee wouldn't spar against anybody that he knew he couldn't beat. Now, but Bruce Lee, it wasn't just a matter of ego. You have to understand that he'd just given the Chinese people some modicum of respect, that they were, he was doing something more than just for himself.
He had an agenda.
Well, he was trying to grow something that hinged on his appearance and his ability to, if you look at all of his videos, was interviews, he was a philosophy major, but what he did in all these great interviews was all he did was repeat Taoist text with some charisma and some flair. Be like water, my friend. All that. That's pure Taoism right there, right out of the Tao Te Ching.
Pointing at the moon.
But this is what he was trying to do. He needed to give some respectability back to the Chinese people. Now, you have a lot of these things that happened back then. And of course, after Bruce Lee's death, you have the pro Bruce Lee camp, the anti Bruce Lee camp. And you get so many things that are mixed in the legend by now, you'll never, ever, ever find the truth. But it doesn't matter, because what you should be looking for is, there's a lot of people out there that study in a martial art. If you can't make sense of it, you'll never be able to use it properly. Most people don't train hard enough to be effective at something. But I'll tell you from experience, and there's a lot of people that will downplay things like that are majority kicking arts. Now, in this area back in the 70s and early 80s, Korean martial arts dominated this area. And there was this guy, Tony Talameo, that we used to train with. My brother Ed trained with him at Yi's Karate. Now, Ki Yun Yi was, he was brought over, he was sponsored to come over here by J.C. Shun. And J.C. Shun was, he was Chuck Norris' teacher in Korea. Chuck Norris sponsored him to come over here, and he settled in Philadelphia, and he brought the Yi brothers over, and they started like a dynasty of schools. Well, this kid was so fast, he could get his foot up to your face before he could lift your hands up. So you get people like that, that like to blow off things like, kicking and stuff like that. Oh, well, it's only this effective. It's just like, you get a boxer, and it's, people like to think that I can, if you come across a good boxer, and I trained at a boxing gym back in the early 80s. It was around the corner. Now, not like anything like great or anything, but for about a year or so, doing stuff like that. And you get hit with a good shot, and it changes things. Like you had Royce Gracie, who was like a great fighter, But Ken Shamrock watched him and studied him, and he realized if I could just beat the crap out of him, this goes back to Krampus Jiva's point that if you are physically able to take enough punishment to get in there, you can do enough damage to somebody where now Ken Shamrock got submitted.
Endurance means a lot. For example, just as a joke, there was a guy that was kind of mouthing off, and it was the apartment next to mine, and everybody that lived there worked at the same place that I did. But this one guy didn't understand my sense of humor. So I took off my pleather jacket. I took off my glasses. I locked the door, and I like faced this guy, and he just punched me in the nose, and he broke my nose. And I was like, I was trying to say, I was just joking. And all these people who were friends of mine were like kicking me in the stomach and in the side. And I was doing my best to guard myself. And I was just saying, I'm just kidding. I was just kidding. And it took like 2 minutes before they stopped kicking me. And I was like, I didn't have to go to the hospital, but I was bleeding from my nose, and I had all these bruises on my side. And what I didn't know is this guy was a fucking psychopath, and he didn't understand sarcasm. He didn't get my humor,
Yeah. Well, that's that. I mean, things like that are you never know who you're going to run up against.
You take your life into your own hands.
Well, like if you travel around YouTube, you see a lot of these videos of these street fights that happen now, and there's no years ago there used to be a little bit more of a honor system. Like the guy got knocked down, you would back off. Now you get knocked down and they kick you in the head, or like you got to worry about somebody kicking you in the head. Is like I have one of my guys, he worked on the Philadelphia warrant unit for 6 years, and they went into this abandoned factory in Philly, and he said they're walking through this thing, and it sounded like they were walking through like a movie theater where somebody spilled their popcorn.
Let me
guess. Looked down.
Squatters.
No, there were all needles all over the floor.
Oh, jeez.
Because it was just littered with hundreds and hundreds of hypodermic needles from, this is a Kensington section of the city where used to be a nice neighborhood, but now it's, like Kensington Avenue is really, really bad. But you can't necessarily go to the ground with people like that because you don't know what's on the ground. There's broken glass, there's rocks, there's and then if there's somebody else that's going to kick you in the head, especially in a lot of these cities now where there's a lot of gun violence, you don't want to be doing anything that's really like tying you up for any length of time. That there was a guy back in the 80s here. His name is Bob Ott, and he had trained from when he was very young in this, I believe it's called the Dragon Gym. He was like in Exton, PA. And he actually created a form that was actually approved by the Korean Martial Arts Association to be included into as recognized as a system unto itself, which was rare. And the guy was only 20 some years old. He was up and coming star. And he was at this club in Camden, which is typically one of the worst cities in the country as far as danger on a consistent basis. It's 10 minutes from me. And his father was working as a manager at this thing, and they were kind of estranged. I'm pretty sure I got the story right, but he goes up there and he's talking to his dad. A fight breaks out in the place, and he starts kind of not really kicking everybody's ass, but trying to break up the fighting. Guy comes back, puts a gun to his head and shoots him in the head.
Oh, wow.
The bullet entered through the back of his head, severing the optic nerve to his one eye, and coming out
Wow.
of his other eye. So he's and they had him
So he's like double blinded.
well, they didn't think he was. They had him like they had the family come up like he's dead, and his mother's there holding his hand, and she's squeezing his hand, and the doctor's like, well, we're going to take him off life support. Like, he's squeezing my hand. It's like, there's no way he can be squeezing your hand. And the doctors went in there and like, oh wow, he's squeezing.
There's a pulse.
Yeah. And so he made a full recovery, except of course he's blind. And he was actually doing. I'm not sure what he does now, but he's got a website. I think it's called like Certain Victory or something like that, or like. But he was doing like motivational speaking and still training in martial arts. But just as an example, like you could be a really good fighter, but like a guy pulls a gun on you, and like that can settle things really quick. But like, yeah, the internal martial arts they're very, very misunderstood. Most of the time you get really, really bad examples of like people thinking they're going to create some kind of force field around there. People utilize this stuff all the time. They just don't really recognize that they're utilizing it. It's like, and that's some of the, the issue that they have with the, because when I first started training with this, I'm doing this, and Master Ting, he's like, about 160 pounds at the time. And, I was 38 years old and going to the gym on a regular basis. I'm like,
so what, this was like 5 years ago?
No, 17 years ago. So
there's no way you're over 55 years old.
So I'm 55, and
Okay.
So he's pushing on my hand, and I'm like, and I'm pushing on him, and I'm trying to put, and he's like, because this one moving, he's like, your little finger a little bit higher, and I'm sitting like thinking like, yeah, like that's going to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
But push it on you, you move back, lift your finger up a little bit, then you don't move back. And it's just studying how the body actually gears itself, right? So I want to see how much this can actually work. So I got a couple guys that are training with me, and like the one guy's 270 pounds, and he's leaning up against my hand, and I'm doing this thing like, oh wow, okay, that's cool. So I had another guy leaning up against his back, so that worked. And it was like, I went over to my brother Ed's house. Now at the time, like Ed was squatting 850 pounds at 49 years old. Yeah, that's 9 45-pound plates on each side of the bar.
My good God.
I got a video of it. It's like this little, like, this
That's
very grainy
fucking
video.
crazy, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, his cancer was just as strong as he was, and and he passed away from it.
I'm
But
sorry about that.
but I'm like, all right, push against me here, like doing this thing, like, and he's holy shit, and he's like really trying to push me, and like,
Now, is this like the iron arm thing?
no, all it is really is like it's a misconception about how we use the joints. It's like, because the way we tend to do things, we block off one side of the joint and we only use it on one side. We don't really open it. And once you open the joints and you're actually like keeping the energy passes through
it's like all the way from your waist up.
it goes down to your feet.
Right.
It goes right down to your feet, and you can it just travels. This is how you see like these Chinese acrobats that they stack like 6 people on top of themselves, and they hold up all these people. They're not like incredibly strong. It's just a matter of they're using their body differently.
Right.
And that
they understand how to distribute the weight.
Well, and that's what comes back to this guy, Eric Goodman, and the stuff that he's doing with getting people to activate the posterior chain of their body. And when you start working this stuff, you start to see everything change. I was getting sciatic pain from starting this obstacle course race, and I was doing all these stretches, and the physical therapists were telling you, do all this, do all this. It didn't get any worse, but it didn't get any better. I did this thing 4 times, 4 repetitions in my kitchen, and I've never had sciatic pain again.
Oh,
it's
that
amazing.
Sounds great.
It's amazing stuff, but you have to work on it. And what you're doing is you're teaching your body how to contract these muscles.
Sure.
Now, this is part of the problem that we do is like, you look at all the people, especially as we get older, low back pain, knee pain, neck pain, and shoulder pain, because we're using too much of the anterior chain of the body and not the posterior chain of the body along with it. It's supposed to be in balance.
Is it the case that we're sitting down for too long, too often?
That's the biggest issue, is that when you sit, the quadriceps shorten, the hip flexors shorten, and the abdominal wall shortens, resulting in an action where it's pulling you forward and your knees lock. Once your knees lock, it disengages the entire posterior chain of your body. And when you get, and then what we do is like, but there's chairs everywhere. It's always, it's like having somebody on every single corner giving you a drug. And this leads to this habit where people just do this thing over and over and over again, and people's bodies are breaking down because of it. But it can be reversed. I've got a 75-year-old woman who's been training with me for 8 years now. When she first came in, she was unable to walk or to stand for more than 20 minutes at a time. Now she retired as a nurse after 50 years as a nurse. And since she started training with me and this is basically what the Tai Chi postures, I noticed a big similarity with these things, with the exercise that this guy was doing and the Tai Chi postures they're doing. It's not Tai Chi posture, it's natural human posture. It's like we're supposed to be moving and behaving more like primates instead of people like looking down at a phone all the time. And once you start to incorporate this, she went from not being able to stand for more than 20 minutes at a time. She has gone on 2 tours of Africa, Australia, and New Zealand, and 1 tour in Africa over the last 2 years before COVID hit. And then she just went to Africa back in August. And she can walk around and do all this stuff now and stay active. I have another couple that train with me. They're 65 years old and we're having all kinds of issues. Especially the guy's wife. Now, she came in for about 2 months. Then they went to Alaska to visit their daughter, and they hiked a glacier at 65 years old.
Wow.
So, if you just do these things, and this guy Eric Goodman he's got a TEDx talk. You check him out on YouTube, watch it, incorporate some of his videos into your things that you're doing, and you're going to start to roll back the clock on your body, and you're going to be able to do so much more. I've got herniated discs in my back. I've got I used to have a disc between S5 and or L5 and S1. Now it's just kind of like, it looks like crab meat all ground up in there. But when you do this, like I've had my nose broken 7 times. Now this is me on a clear day, but now when I go here and I adjust my posture, I go, there's no noise.
Yeah,
exactly. And so this is the way, because when you align yourself, now your diaphragm drops down in a straight line, and then there's no struggle breathing. But that's the problem with people don't do it, and they don't have the strength in the back of their body to pull themselves back into a correct position.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you don't have to become Arnold Schwarzenegger. You just have to work it enough that it balances out the front of the body.
Now, what do you think about this, Andy? I've been playing the drums 3 times a week for 2 hours every time I play the drums, and I felt my core getting stronger.
Yeah.
And I remember when I used to be like a hardcore punk rock drummer, I played almost every day for at least 3 hours, and I was very strong. I had almost no body fat. Now I've got a lot more body fat, but I'm trying to, play the drums and use as little motion as possible and use conservation of energy. Do you think it's unreasonable that I feel like I'm getting better? And
no, not at all.
That my core strength is getting better?
Well, for example, the body works across, like diagonally with itself. Okay. So when most people sit, they sit and they're leaning forward, everything's sagging in front. Okay. So now your back is kind of like, it's almost like cables trying to pull you back from falling forward. So when you lock your knees out, it tends to put pressure in your lower back. when you drop your hips, you keep your knees and your hips slightly bent. It puts the pressure into your abdominal wall, forcing the abdominal wall to tighten. People's biggest problem is the transverse abdominis muscle that behaves like a girdle around the body. It goes from one side of your spine all the way around to the other, and the fibers run horizontally across. Now, as we stop flexing this thing, it gets very loose and flabby. And then the rectus abdominal muscles that sit on top of it, they can start to get stronger, but what they tend to do is they bunch up this this transverse abdominis muscle. But what you're doing as you're drumming and you're sitting there and it's kind of like breath control. What it actually does, like there's a very, very simple exercise you can do to increase the elasticity and the strength in your transverse abdominis, is where you just stand there and you draw your navel in and try and touch it to your spine, and you hold that up for up to 2 minutes. And that works the transverse abdominis, which gives you a foundation for the rectus abdominis and the obliques to build up and support your midsection there. So now you're gaining support in the front as well as the back. And the back, most of the problem that people run into at the back is that the muscles become hyperstretched. They never get a chance to contract. So things like Spider-Man or Superman exercises, where you're causing this extreme contraction within the quadratus lumborum muscle it's an abdominal muscle, but it's in the back, starts to alleviate that, because now the muscles actually get a chance to fully contract instead of being in this state of hyperstretched positioning that they're usually in. So yeah, that's why you're feeling your abdominal muscles getting stronger and giving you more support.
So would you agree that that's the case?
Yeah. There's a lot of things you can do along with that, Gills. Like if you take just like elastic bands and you put it against a post and you twist a little bit like this, not very much, because what you're trying to do is to engage the multifidi muscles that run across the spine on the little transverse processes that are the little wings on the vertebrae. And as you strengthen them up,
I still have the elastic bands from when I broke my leg.
Yeah. you put that around a pillar or something, you just kind of squeeze a little bit and you're holding it static, but you turn your hips
The
a little
whole body.
bit. Yeah, and just a little bit of pressure, and it starts to work those muscles. But a lot of people, what we do is we get to a point where we get older and we start to realize, like, wow, it's been a long time since I worked any of this stuff. And then it changes. It's like it's a lot different. It's it starts to break down because like we haven't used a lot of these muscles in a very, very long time.
Well,
Yeah.
like for instance, Andy, one of the things that I noticed was, when, in a previous life, when I used to be a hardcore punk rock drummer, we rehearsed 3 times a week. We played once or twice a week at, gigging. I had lots of little muscles in my arms.
Yeah.
And I realized, when I got better at playing the drums after a long time of never having played them for a long time, years and years, that I got those little muscles back, and so it made me wonder, is that the same case in the back?
Yeah.
Am I getting those little muscles back in my back?
Correct. Yeah, that's the biggest issue that people have is that the back is neglected. And it's like, and because it's neglected, the body learns how to compensate in an incorrect pattern that it's referred to as complacent adaptation. And it's like, it's when somebody twists an ankle and they start walking different, and then they put a boot on them or something like to support the ankle if it's broken or whatever. And then you take the ankle off. Well, your body has now had 6 weeks to learn a new habit. And it doesn't necessarily go back to the same way you did it. So it's shifted your spine and things like that, and you're moving differently, which exacerbates another problem, which causes another problem, and you get this cascading effect. And that's the problem with it. So like what you have to do is you got to peel back the layers. You got to go one thing at a time. It's like I always refer to this as like if you have a knot, you have a knot in a rope. What you start to do is you start to loosen the outside of the knot before you go into the center.
Yeah, like
that's how, right. But a lot of people, what do? They go right to the center. It's like what you see a lot in exercise is what is referred to as task completion. people pick up a bar and all they're concerned about is getting the bar from here to here.
Right.
No, what you're trying to do is actually contract muscles. You're trying to get these muscles to listen to you. I do this all the time with people that come in. I'll have them take 2 little dumbbells and do like alternating dumbbell curls. And on
we're
one
talking
arm,
like 2-pound dumbbells, right?
yeah, and just do it like nice and slow, very, very slow. So it takes you about like 4 seconds to get to the top and 4 seconds down to the bottom. And you'll notice that on one arm, the outer head of the bicep is working more, and on the opposite arm, the inner head of the bicep is working
And
more.
why is that?
Because your brain divides the workload up into things it likes to do. But we're designed
Into patterns it's used to?
Yes, because like it's like, for example, if you take pretty much anybody that like is just living like a normal life, your dominant shoulder will be more developed than your non-dominant shoulder. But the lat on the non-dominant side will probably be more developed than the side on the dominant side, because you're using more shoulder on the dominant side of the body and you're using more back on the less dominant side.
Okay, so let me back up a bit. When I was in 2nd grade, the teacher was trying to teach us the difference between right and left. And as a mnemonic device, she said, your right hand is the hand that you write with. And I raised my hand and I said, well, I've already been writing for a long time and I write with my left hand. And she said, quote, well, we'll fix that, unquote.
Yeah.
And so obviously she came out of a Catholic school background, because the left half of the body is evil. The left half is evil. And so everything that I learned how to do before that, I still do left-handed. And everything I learned how to do after that, I do right-handed. So I call myself half ambidextrous.
Yeah.
How badly does that fuck up my brain?
It's hard to say. For example,
like I catch and I bat left-handed.
Left-handed people,
right-handed.
Left-handed people have to live in a right-handed world.
Right.
So you become much more ambidextrous than most people. So you're actually better off than most people. The brain is actually designed like, yes, you are going to like I'm left eye dominant. When I'm at the range, my left eye is what I'm using to aim. So I have to adjust. I have to adjust myself as I'm shooting. It's like, but it's another factor. It's like, but I tend to kick with my right foot and punch with my right hands most often. But then when I do things like gymnastics type movements, like my daughter, who was a gymnast for 8 years, like she's like, oh, you're left-footed, because I start off with my left foot. But it's like, so
yeah, when I was a skater, we called it goofy-footed.
Yeah, I'm all mixed up with that stuff. But what you're really looking for is it's motor control over all the facets of your muscles. It's like, I describe it as like, learning to do penmanship with like your legs and your hip muscles.
That's another big thing, Andy, is that when they switched me from my left hand to my right hand, I couldn't write for shit with either hand. But then 2 years later, I took a calligraphy course, which allegedly uses a different part of the brain, and it was beautiful. It looked great. And then my mother looked at me and she said, why can't you write like that all the time? And she didn't understand that it uses a different part of the brain, right?
Well, it's like Mel Tillis with his singing. He didn't stutter when he sang.
Right.
So it kind of goes along the same things, but it's like it's training yourself to, like, I have people do like little, like standing and have them like rotate their opposite foot, like in a little circle, clockwise and counterclockwise. And then once they get that down, like in a nice, very smooth, very slow pattern, and that starts to build the muscle up, and it starts to, more importantly, it builds up the neural pathway within the muscle. So then what you do is you make little geometric shapes, like you make a square, make a triangle, make like, different shapes with it. And you increase the motor control in there. Because what happens is the brain is used to it. You have the brain and you have the mind. The mind says, look at those tits. the mind says your girlfriend's going to be pissed off at you if you do that. So the brain says I want the chocolate. Your mind says I should probably eat like a salad because
asparagus. Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like it's the mind and the brain. The brain is designed for like we have to survive.
Yeah.
And we have to decide really quick.
We're pattern recognition creatures.
Right. And that's why, like, when you're trying to learn a new movement, you do it slowly. You see this all the time with people, like when they get into a gym and they start to mimic a movement, but they're not really comprehending what muscles they're trying to exert. And therefore, they never really get any stronger because they're using, like, a lot of time, like in this obstacle course race that we do, I had a lot of people that like, oh, I don't have any upper body strength. I can't pull myself up. Well, they're trying to use their shoulders to do a pull up and not use the back muscles.
Right.
Because they don't know how to use the back muscles. So those are the things you got to change. So you have to teach those muscles, and you go very slowly. Everybody's in too much of a rush, and they skip over these things. Now, every once in a while, you get a very athletic person that can do these things. But if you break it down, it all comes back to the same factor, that those muscles and those people are firing the right way, but they're not necessarily firing in everybody else. It's why, like, you got to figure, like, if we were living in a natural environment, 90% of our population wouldn't survive.
Right.
Just like every other population, 90% of the populations don't survive. You look at, like, fish lay billions of eggs, but how many fish actually hatch and how many fish actually survive to be, to mature enough to breed again? Nature does that. It's like, and so only the top 10%, well, we're living in a world where we've got 90% survival. So you have a lot of people out there who aren't necessarily gifted with that natural ability, but you can learn it. You can learn how to do it. And this is what, like, for example, things like martial arts were done for, was to teach us a way to defend yourself against a larger, more powerful opponent. And that's what it comes down to. It's like, now, all things being equal, it's just like the NFL. Team A can beat Team B, and Team B can beat Team C, but that doesn't mean that Team A can beat Team C. And everybody on any given...
I think on any given night, any given team can beat any other given team.
Right. Yeah, it's like, because they're all professional football players.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is that, like, you look at things like styles don't fight, fighters fight.
Right.
And the matchups and things like that your job is to just give yourself the best advantage you can. And you have to look at life as a fight. You have to look at life as, like, there are certain things that want to keep me from being able to do the things I want to do. And I want to be able to do those things. So that's what you have to change. And that's the way you do it. You look at these things, like, you look at what this guy Goodman's doing, and, like, teaching people to use the posterior chain of the body. And I've seen this time and again with physical therapists, because a problem with physical therapists is, like, most people that go into physical therapy have been athletic most of their lives. So they can't identify with someone who hasn't been athletic most of their life, or at least for maybe many decades. So they tell them to do a movement and they can't do the movement. And they're like, I don't understand how you can't do that movement. Well,
I can personally vouch for that perspective.
Yeah. But if you explain things enough and you show people where muscles are at and you point to them, and things like, this is where, chiropractic doctors usually do a little bit better job than most people, because they start at a more basic level of things. Mm-hmm. So they really do.
Anatomically.
Some of them, like, it's like everything else. It's like, you're going to run into a good one, you're going to run into a bad one.
Sure.
And part of the problem that you run into with things like internal martial arts is that you get a lot of people that think that they're going to take a shortcut, that it's going to make them, like, give them magical powers, it's going to do something without putting in the hard work. That's not the case at all. And that's one of the things that you see a lot with this. And that's why so many people that they try and do these things, they don't make it look very good. One second,
so what I'd like to do Andy, I'd like to open this up to the rest of the folks on the chat, Rod Thunderheart and Brian Hepburn. If you have questions or statements or whatever for Andy, please do so now.
I did have one actually. Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, yeah, I like what because a lot of that aligns with what I learned from my Qui-Gon meditation. And I'm just one of the exercises I was that I well, you don't have to do it, but you practice it. Is just laying down on your back, in order to develop strong, deep breathing power. I'm like, I'd put a 25 or even a 35-pound weight on my stomach, and then just slowly breathe in and breathe out. And with that, my question was, do you have a set length that you're able to inhale and exhale, Andy? Like, is
No,
it how
like,
many seconds?
what we do is it's about relaxing the body, and
Yeah.
states of relaxation is like I equate like relaxation as like a steak. You have a steak and it's like, wow, that was a really good steak. Probably the best steak I'm ever going to have until you have a better steak. And it's like, wow, that was a really good steak.
Mhm.
That was a better steak. Then you have a really, really good steak. And it's like, wow, that was the best steak. And at some point you realize like, wow. And this is like in Chinese, in traditional Chinese study, there's a concept called sheng, which means total relaxation, which
Right.
you'll never really achieve, but you're always trying to achieve it.
Exactly.
So what you do is like you let your body, when you align everything, then your body starts to breathe naturally. So it's like, and a lot of posture messes up with that. I went to a doctor. Hang on, gotta let the dog back in right here.
Andy Masterson will return shortly.
I wanted to say too. That was one of the chief exercises, principal exercises actually of Qui-Gon or Qigong, which is learn how long to breathe in and breathe out, which it took me a shit long time to get there, but I can inhale 1 minute and exhale another minute.
I had a doctor who was like, wow, you've got great lung capacity. Like, you do a lot of breathing exercise. Like, no, you just but just by getting yourself into, a correct posture and relaxing more, you find yourself like, oh, well, I don't need to. I kind of describe it like, we're doing a lot of things. We're fighting. The body's fighting against itself to breathe.
Sure.
So
right.
That's part of the big problem of it. It's like, and then like things that we do is, our lifestyles, like sitting and driving and all that stuff. Like in sitting.
Well, Andy, for example, when I go to my doctor's office, I race across town because it's all the way across town from me. I race across town. I'm driving like above the speed limit. I get there, and I'm like, and so they sit me down and they want to take my vitals, right? And so as soon as they hook up the blood pressure cuff and put the thermometer in my mouth, I close my eyes and I take deep breaths and I make sure that I've got everything as under control as I can and be as small as possible, as few heartbeats per minute, because I've been able to do that all my life, and my blood pressure is as good as I can, and often I'm able to shock them, and they say, wow, we've got to redo this because your vitals are way too low. There's no way that you can have these vitals. Now, sometimes I'm unable to do it, and they're like, oh, it's a little high, for you. And I'm like, well, let's do it again. And then I'll do it again, and I'll try and slow my breathing down and slow my heart down. And then they'll be like, okay, now it's just way too wrong. We have to do it again. So do you think that it's possible that people can have control over those vitals to the degree that they can be measured at the doctor's office?
Check out Joe Dispenza.
That's
this
actually
guy,
primary. Sorry.
Joe
Go ahead.
Dispenza. Sorry, Rod, didn't mean to cut you off. Joe Dispenza, he was
Yeah,
in
no.
a triathlon back in 1986, and he was in the bicycle portion. And he got hit by a 4-wheel drive truck at 55 miles an hour, and they were going to take him in to do back surgery. And he said, like, I don't want the back surgery. So there he was laying there. He healed himself through meditation.
No shit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
check him out. Check out his story.
Mm,
It's
yeah.
it's all documented and stuff like that. It's like
Wow.
when you look at guys like him, you look at Wim Hof. You look at these things that people, oh well, that's not possible, but it is.
Mhm.
So
these stories about yogis that can go out into ice and snow for 24 or 48 hours and just generate a huge warmth pattern around them are true?
Wim Hof holds the
Yes.
record of sitting he's on a stage in this like Harry Houdini glass chest filled with ice, and he sits in there for like over an hour with no hypothermia or anything like that.
Mhm.
So yeah,
And does he melt the ice?
he's most of his stuff is a breathing technique.
Mm-hmm.
But check him out. It's like it does all this stuff. It's like, but look, the brain has an amazing ability to both heal and make us sick. If you're focused on negativity, then it's going to make you sick.
Right.
If you're focused on on healing things, it releases endorphins and things like that.
Being strong. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, I really got to get some sleep because I got to be up in a couple hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, Andy.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your dedication and of course your artistic contribution. And let's have you on again soon. Okay.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Looking forward to it, buddy. See ya.
All right. So there was Andy Masterson teaching us more than we probably needed to know about how to be a Sifu and having proper control and exercise over one's bodily functions.
Yeah, I actually wanted to add to that where you were mentioning, can he melt the ice or anything like that? Or, one of the ways to fight, cold is blood washing, and that's one of the more principal exercises. Now, there's many ways to do it. Like the most direct way is how I was taught, which is just simply using. You're basically drawing a circle around your body. You put your right hand on your left shoulder, and then you slide it down to your left palm, and then you come up on the inside of your arm. Then you go down the outside of your left body, and then you come up the inside of your left leg, and then you switch over to your left arm, come down the right inside right leg, and then go up the right outside of your body, and then up the arm, and then up to the shoulder. And that's called that's a complete blood wash. One rotation, but like I do up to.
So it doesn't have anything to do with a transfusion or anything.
Well, see what it does. Okay, I'll
when you say a blood wash, you're talking about an internal process.
See, what happens is by moving your arm down, basically around what you're basically doing is drawing a circle around your body. And as a result, what that does is that promotes blood flow. And, which is also, contributes to like, well, if you can control the flow
and therefore
of your blood,
your energetic bioelectric field.
That's right. See, when you, by I do it physically, but I mean, I don't touch the body. I mean, like, when you first start doing blood washing, you start by sliding your arm down your body, and by doing that, of course, like I said, that provokes blood flow in the very same way, like when you're rubbing, like you're rubbing your shoulder, right? But like no, like when you do it, and also the other thing is to alternate. Like every 10 reps, what I would do is I would do 10 slow reps and then 10 really fast reps, as fast as I could possibly do them. And what that does, and like once you're done, you can literally feel the energy from your body. And just like you said, like there it is, like
Sure.
and yeah, I would be willing to wager that when you're sitting there on the ice or snow or whatever, that's what he was doing. But because like the Asian, Chinese, and the Japanese are so well practiced in it that they can do it mentally. Like
Some of them,
yeah.
or maybe even most of them.
Well, have you seen? Well, you've seen Best of the Best, right?
No.
Oh, wow.
But
Really?
I
No,
know
that's-
that Kung Fu is taught at a lot of schools, but not all schools.
Right. Yeah. But well, anyway, but like there's a scene in Best of the Best. It stars Eric Roberts.
I love Eric Roberts.
Yeah. Yeah. Eric Roberts.
Did you know
James Earl Jones.
he was the master in Doctor Who?
I really. Oh, somehow I remember hearing that, but I mean, like, I never watched the show or anything. So, but like, somehow I remember hearing that.
It was the movie when the Eighth Doctor, Paul McGann,
wow.
was on ABC.
Huh. Very cool.
He really owned the role.
Nice.
But
wow.
I understand he's also a very, very good martial artist.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe
Actually,
that.
I
know.
I have to admit, I quite prefer Eric Roberts to Julia Roberts. I've just never thought Julia Roberts was all that pretty or even a very good actress.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I mean, I don't know. There's just something. I mean,
I think Gina Davis is a highly superior actress to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. But as I was saying, in Best of the Best too, like it also stars James Earl Jones as the U.S. karate team.
I didn't know that.
Or yeah, U.S. Taekwondo team, and they wind up taking on the team from Korea, and there's one time they basically James Earl Jones is saying that the U.S. and karate team versus Taekwondo. He says you guys are going to get killed, and then like he goes through a tape. He goes through a tape of what the of the training that they go through in Korea, and I think it probably was South Korea, but yeah.
Of course,
what South Koreans do for training, and it was just literally like this insane stuff that you're just looking at. Like they leap like impossible heights and kick a board that's like probably like 15 feet in air, and maybe
a little wire work.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think it might have been real. The only thing I will say is that
50
might
feet.
have been 50 feet. They might have been kicked. They might, with feet. The only thing I will say is that,
50.
No, 15 feet.
Oh, okay.
Like 3 Koreans were standing on top of each other, and then like one, the one on the top is holding the brick.
3 Koreans standing on top of each other, walking to a bot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And anyway, but like like the one holding the top, I'm willing to bet the one that's holding it up probably was holding a piece of foam. But I mean, like, just the fact that you jump that damn high, like literally, like you could, like easily, drop a basket through drop a ball through a basketball hoop at that height. Jeez. But anyway, there's this one stunning scene though. Like they show that all the Koreans are sitting there and they're meditating and they're underneath a waterfall, And like, I'm just like, yeah, right there. They're
Now, when you say they're underneath the waterfall, do you mean the water is falling on them?
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and like you can clearly see it's cold, and like, and yet you can see like how much full control they have over their bodies, and like, but like, well, in a bet, I would bet you anything, dollars to pesos, that they're doing blood washing. Now, you can also blood wash simply mentally, use your mind, and then just simply promote the blood flow uh, in a circular motion through your body in the very same way that I do it physically. But you can do it eventually do it like mentally, which obviously like the Asians have
So, Rod,
taught
answer,
themselves to that point.
riddle me this.
Mm.
What direction does the blood flow in the human body? Clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Clockwise.
Okay.
That's
Go ahead.
exactly, yeah, because that's the motion that you're doing with the blood washing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Brian Hepburn. You've been pretty quiet. Do you have anything to add at this point?
Not for this, Gil. I've been actually just sitting here working while
Are
listening
we
more
out
than
of your element at this point?
anything. I don't really practice, so not in 35, 40 years. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not something that I could speak accurately about. So I would not want to do that.
You've just been entertained,
Yeah.
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I hope it
I
was at least entertaining to listen to. I mean,
Oh
we're
yeah,
not
no,
boring the shit out of
it
you.
definitely was, and it taught me a lot. And I think this is one of the better shows for my late night streams. I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it up, and so I do want to
Yeah.
ask each of you where we can find out more about what you do. I'll start with you, Mr. Rod Thunderheart.
Oh, on Facebook and the Twit-twat, Rod Thunderheart, and at See Through Love. And you can find my book. If you I'll quickly put the link in the
Private chat?
In the private chat.
Sure.
But yeah,
And-
my book is See Through Love. It's a romance, martial arts, science fiction, comedy, drama, and spy thriller, which
With a little paranormal.
I'm like, yeah, but I'm proud to say, and like, yeah, Mexican Iron Man 100% agrees that I have seamlessly managed to mix in all 6 genres into one really compelling book. And the basic premise is that is Carolina Dominguez, Brazilian Spanish teacher. She can become invisible when she's angry, but when she's aroused, it happens like it or not. And then her world gets turned. Obviously, that doesn't make for much of a social life. So when she encounters the new gym teacher, she's shocked to discover that not only is he blind, but that he can see her when she is invisible. And his former life as, minor spoiler, a spy, comes back to bring him back in for one last mission. But you can find it at Friesen Press, and that's pretty much all. Like, you can find me at See Through Love Twitter, or at Rod Thunderheart also on Twitter. And give me a moment, and I will dig it up on Friesen Press.
It almost sounds like
put it on the
you're
chat.
Splinter to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well, again, I've like Andy, I've practiced the internal martial arts, and that's actually my title on Doomcock's arch villain. I'm the master of the internal martial arts.
There you go. So while we're waiting for that URL, Brian Hepburn, is there anything we can plug for you?
Not really. You can find me in various live chats for different channels.
You're a
Doomcock,
mod extraordinaire.
yours. I mod occasionally for Robert Meyer Burnett, and anyone who wants to ask me to, I will generally agree. But he's the only one I'm kind of doing right now. I'm spending a lot of time working, going into 1-1, so it's mainly been just chatting people in live chats and having a good time.
Cool. All right. Well, I'd like to thank Andy Masterson for being here. I'd like to thank Brian Hepburn and Rod Thunderheart and everyone in the chat. This has been a really great experience for me personally. I've learned a lot. I hope that all of you have as well. And we're going to go ahead and put the link to See Through Love into
I even
the
tiny URL'd it for you.
into the public chat here. So please buy his book. I've read a little bit of it, and so far it's a great book. Cameron Pasha has had really good things to say about his book. And
Mexican Ironman has read it from start to finish, and he's
There you
been
go.
dying to find the time to put together a video. Loki has also Stone Loki of Loki's Mornings of Mischief has also he's also in the middle of it. And he said he's absolutely digging it. He couldn't believe how many layered it was.
well, Rod, you don't have to sell us on it anymore, man. We're in your corner, man. But
Thanks.
I do want to give everyone a very sincere thank you for being here, especially since it just started out as an unboxing. But as we turned it into a midnight to midnight, we sort of amalgamated other forces, and I'm very glad that happened. And I just want to thank everybody that's been part of tonight's show, and remind everyone to check back, because here on the Cardinal Sin channel, things are about to explode. I've
Thanks
got
for the invite, man.
I've got December 31st is when I can appeal my next monetization, because I made a really newbie mistake. And when I was playing horror movies through Cosme in October, one night I forgot to shut down my StreamYard stream, and the audio bled over into it, and they just yanked it like that.
Shitty.
And they gave me a copyright strike, not a notice, but a strike. And so I haven't been monetized yet. So December 31st, keep your fingers crossed.
Good luck, man.
That's it from me. It's Cardinal Sin out.